Can you hear me? Hello. Somewhere I think you mentioned the construction of this national storage facility. I understand back then there was some issues with that. So can you just elaborate a little bit on that? And also, can you also indicate what sort of radiation are we going to, radioactive waste are we going to save there? Because we normally have the high level radioactive materials, sort of waste, and we have the lower radioactive. So what sort of facility do you intend to construct, and when do we think it might be up? Thank you.
Very good, Palalani. Do you have anyone else? I don't see any raised hand now. Does that mean everybody's been attended to? Okay, thank you. Rasha Muguni. Rasha Muguni.
What is it?
Are you there?
Morning.
Era.
Hello.
Did you get all the questions, or should I repeat them?
I think I didn't get the Professor Hillhouse question. I think somehow the network was cutting. I don't know, maybe I just got challenges regionally. I didn't get it the full question.
Yes, you wanted to know that in terms of regulations, what are the challenges that you face with our regional partners? If they are facing any challenges here.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, colleagues. Protocol observed. I will try to go by the sequence of the way the questions were asked. To start with the first question of challenges regionally in terms of regulating ionizing radiation. It is a challenge in the sense that most SADC countries do not have bilateral agreements within SADC on how to share information in terms of regulation requirements. So you find that each country has its own regulatory requirements. So crossing the border, it's a challenge for traders or for people that do business. So you find that maybe the transport requirements in one country in terms of transporting radioactive materials do differ in terms of requirements. So you find that when you cross over to another country, that side, they will require you to add an extra warning sign or some sort of document. So having that gap of not having bilateral agreements, really, it's a challenge on its own because it doesn't harmonize the way regulatory requirements should be done within the region. But there are plans to have a regional body for regulatory bodies, which I think it's in the pipeline. It's not yet finalized. So the idea is to establish this body under SADC or through SADC as a regional body, so that all regulatory requirements in terms of ionizing radiation could be harmonized, so that within the region we should not seem to be disturbing or disrupting business or doing business. So, that is one challenge that we have noted in terms of regulating ionizing radiation within the region. But it's a work in progress. The regulatory bodies within the region are talking, and SADC has been now robbed in. So it's work in progress. So hopefully within 5 years, like Prof says, there will be that harmonization of regulatory requirements within the region. Now, the second question was, do our permits consider calibration of equipment before it's imported in the country, and whether the equipment that is within the country, how do we make sure that it's calibrated accordingly? So under the regulations, it is a requirement that the licensee or the owner has to have such a plan to make sure that the equipment is calibrated. And during the inspection, is one of the documents that the inspectors do require to see, or they ask the owner of the facility to show that the equipment is being calibrated as required, be it an X-ray machine at the hospital or a construction equipment like the Troxler, which I showed. So there is a requirement under the law that within the country, those equipment must be calibrated, and that document has to be shown to the inspector during the inspection. Otherwise, it will be a violation. Even the equipment that are imported, we do have a division that I said, under the inspectorate standards and instrumentation. So one requirement is the IEC, the electrical requirements, the ISO standards and the electrical commission requirements, that any equipment that is imported into the country has to comply with the ISO or the electrical commission standards. So those documentation are part of the documentation that are submitted to show that the equipment has all the requirements from the manufacturer. And then locally, we do have the commissioning or pre-commissioning that is done by our standards and instrumentation division to make sure that the equipments do perform as the manufacturer states. So there is that pre-commissioning internally within the country, and then we do have private companies that do the calibration for our local contractors and researchers that have the Troxlers. So yeah, that part is taken care of under the law in terms of calibration. And then there was another question in terms of
Richard,
the issue
if I can just intervene quick, Richard. Yeah, we've run out of time, so I want the chance to stick to the time. So I've given your email to people, they can contact you or in the health break, but we must go to the next one. Sorry about that.
All right. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. My name is Sarofatso Zwikula from Radiation Protection Inspectorate. I'm also the International Atomic Energy Agency National Liaison Officer. And as the National Liaison Officer, I am the focal point between the International Atomic Energy Agency and our country with regards to issues related with the International Atomic Energy Agency, in particular the Technical Cooperation Program. So my role as the NLO is to facilitate planning, formulation and management of the Technical Cooperation Program for the country. So my presentation is going to be on technical cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. So by way of introduction, I will just share a bit of background information on how we relate with the International Atomic Energy Agency with regards to the Technical Cooperation Program. So Botswana became a member state of the International Atomic Energy Agency in 2002. And the mandate of the International Atomic Energy Agency, as per the IAEA Statute, Article 2, is to accelerate and enlarge the contribution of atomic energy to peace, health, and prosperity throughout the world. And in doing so, the International Atomic Energy Agency ensures that the assistance provided by it or at its request or under its supervision or control is not used in such a way as to further any military purpose. So subsequent to Botswana joining the International Atomic Energy Agency, Botswana also signed the revised supplementary agreement concerning the provision of technical assistance by the International Atomic Energy Agency in 2006, which is an arrangement for delivering the cooperation to the country. In addition to the assistance, the agreement also emphasizes the safety standards and measures and the peaceful undertaking. So in delivering its mandate, the International Atomic Energy Agency encourages and assists research on atomic energy for peaceful purposes, and it also encourages and assists the development and practical applications of atomic energy for peaceful purposes. And the International Atomic Energy Agency also makes provisions for materials, services, equipment, and facilities to meet the needs of research. And it also fosters exchange of scientific and technical information on peaceful uses of atomic energy. And it also encourages exchange and training of scientists and experts in the area. So the International Atomic Energy Agency uses the Technical Cooperation Program as a mechanism of transferring nuclear technology to its member states to help them address key development priorities for sustainable development, with the ultimate goal of having competent, self-reliant national scientific, technical, regulatory institutions capable of making continuous contributions to peaceful uses of nuclear technologies for human development, safety, and security. So the Technical Cooperation Program provides support in various areas, which include human health and nutrition, food and agriculture, water and the environment, industrial applications or radiation technology, safety and security, energy planning and nuclear power and nuclear knowledge development and management. So the International Atomic Energy Agency delivered support and cooperation to a member state through the country program framework, which is a document that is developed by a member state. And this document establishes areas of cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. When the country program framework is developed, input from various stakeholders are invited, whereby national challenges which can be addressed through nuclear science and technology are identified. And thereafter, the country program framework then serves as a guidance for development of national projects. So currently, Botswana is on the third country program framework, which is running from 2018 to 2022. And when the current CPF was developed, it was aligned to the National Development Plan 11, Vision 2036, the Government of Botswana and United Nations Sustainable Development Framework, the Global Agenda for Sustainable Development, and the Principles of Africa's Agenda 2063. So preparations for the fourth CPF will soon commence, and the CPF should be ready for signature at the upcoming General Conference of the International Atomic Energy Agency in September 2022. And the implementation of the CPF is coordinated and monitored by the Department of Radiation Protection Inspectorate as the institution hosting the National Liaison Office, and also with the Division of for Africa at the International Atomic Energy Agency, Department of Technical Cooperation. So for projects to be supported by the International Atomic Energy Agency, they have to meet a certain criteria. First of all, they should have a socio-economic impact and they should be sustainable. This means that the project should be able to continue even beyond the end of the project cycle. Project should also be aligned to sustainable development goals, national vision, and development plans, so that as we implement these projects, we also meet our country needs. Projects should also use nuclear science and technology, and nuclear science and technology should have a competitive advantage over other conventional methods. and also there is a good chance of that project achieving the expected outcomes. The other criteria is that the project should have strong government commitment with evidence of significant financial support. So what is funded under national project is procurement of equipment and supplies, fellowships, scientific visits, expert services, and consulting. And under regional and interregional projects, what is funded include training courses, expert services, workshops, and meetings. So the project funding depend on budget, and now emphasis is placed on fewer but high impact projects. So for the ongoing program cycle for the years 2020 and 2021, our budget for ongoing project is 1,297,130 euro. And the implementing institutions are to pay the 5% of the project cost as national participation cost, and also to show commitment to the project. So the projects normally run for 2-year cycles, and formulation and design of project is done by implementing institutions and then submitted to the NLO office for onward submission to the International Atomic Energy Agency. Our current country program framework is running from 2018 to 2022. And under the current country program framework, areas of cooperation include radiation safety and security, and the expected outcome is enhanced effectiveness of the regulatory body in performing its regulatory functions. The other thematic area that is included in the current CPF is food and agriculture, which include crop improvement and nutrition, soil and water management, insect and pest control, animal production and health, and food safety. And the expected outcomes under this thematic area include enhanced crop productivity and livelihood for smallholder farmers. The other outcome is increased institutional technical competencies to apply the sterile insect technique as part of the area-wide integrated pest management to suppress fruit flies. The other outcome under this thematic area is enhanced small-scale dairy production for smallholder farmers and improved feeding and higher consumption rates. And the other outcome is improved diagnostic and control services and technologies, and enhanced national network of food contaminant monitoring programs. The other thematic area under the current CPF is human health, which covers radiotherapy and nuclear medicine and human nutrition. And the expected outcomes under this area include increased access of cancer patients to quality treatment and increased access of patients to quality nuclear medicine imaging for a number of pathologies. And the other outcome under this area is enhanced possibility of making evidence-based decision-making on national nutrition intervention programs. Still in the CPF, we have a thematic area of water resources management with the expected outcome of enhanced capacities for groundwater resources management, which include assessment, data collection, and monitoring. And the CPF also include the area on energy planning with the expected outcome of increased energy planning capacities to allow improved decision making for the development of the energy sector. And the last area is human resource and capacity building with the expected outcome of enhanced institutional capacities to launch training programs in nuclear science and technology. So we have 6 ongoing projects under the current program cycle, which runs from 2020 to 2021, and 2 projects that are at their closure stages. So the first project is on reducing the incident and impact of transboundary animal and zoonotic diseases, which is being implemented by Botswana National Veterinary Laboratory. I think the implementing institution will share more about their projects. And the next project is on improving selected legumes and cereals against biotic and abiotic stress. And this project is being implemented by Department of Agricultural Research. And the other project is on enhancing capabilities for a holistic approach to testing food hazards in poultry production and products. And is also being implemented by Botswana National Veterinary Laboratory. And the other project is on improving reproductive and productive performance of crossbred dairy cattle, which is implemented by Department of Agricultural Research. And we have a project that is being implemented by Ministry of Health and Wellness on increasing access of cancer patients to quality treatment. And another project is on assessing the iron and nutritional status of under 5-year-old children, which is being implemented by the National Food Technology Research Center. Projects that are at their closer stages include a project on using the sterile insect technique integrated with other suppression methods for the management of Bactrocera dorsalis, which is being implemented by Department of Agricultural Research. And another project is on strengthening environmental laboratory capacity to generate quality and reliable information on radioactivity levels in the environmental samples and foodstuffs to enhance control of public exposure, which is being implemented by Radiation Protection Inspectorate. For the upcoming project cycle, which will be running from 2022 to 2023, we have 4 new projects and 1 project that will be continued from the previous cycle. So the projects, the first one is on strengthening animal health and production, and it will be implemented by Department of Agricultural Research and BNVL. And another project will be on enhancing control of food hazards in poultry production and products. Also is going to be implemented by Agri Research and Botswana National Veterinary Laboratory. Another project will be on developing national nuclear science training programs and research capacities, which will be implemented by BIUST. And the 4th project will be on improving selected legumes and cereals against biotic and abiotic stresses for enhanced food production, and it will be implemented by Agri Research. And the project on increasing access of cancer patients to quality treatment, which is being implemented by Ministry of Health and Wellness, will also continue into the next cycle. So the International Atomic Energy Agency Technical Cooperation Program also supports regional projects which are normally intended to exploit and advance existing national capacity for a common regional good. And normally these projects are intended to promote cooperation between project counterparts where local knowledge, capacity, and adaptation skills exist. And under this arrangement, the International Atomic Energy Agency enables this cooperation and support technical excellence through training, expert services, and opportunities to share and exchange information and experience. And under this arrangement, the knowledge that is used and capacities is not from the International Atomic Energy Agency, but from the regional counterparts. Therefore, this means that our local experts can also be engaged by the International Atomic Energy Agency to serve as experts for other countries. So under interregional projects, technical cooperation addresses the need of several member states in different regions. And normally these projects contribute to a wider knowledge and experience sharing and enhanced technical cooperation amongst developing countries. So the proposals for regional and interregional projects can be submitted by any group of member states or by the International Atomic Energy Agency based on information about existing need in close consultation with its member states. So currently under interregional projects, Botswana is participating on one ongoing project in supporting national and regional capacity in integrated action of zoonotic diseases. So in conclusion, institutions are encouraged to contribute to the formulation of the next country program framework for them to benefit from the technical cooperation program, as the current program, the current CPF will be coming to an end next year. And also, just to share with you that the preparations for the 2024-2025 program cycle will commence in 2022. And once call for proposals are open, information will be shared with the stakeholders. And also by way of information sharing is just to inform stakeholders that all requests to the International Atomic Energy Agency should be routed through the National Liaison Office to avoid delays, since requests submitted directly to the International Atomic Energy Agency will have to be returned so that they can be properly routed. I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazugula. We really appreciate the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a challenge with our schedule. We are not going to be taking a lot of questions. I think for each presentation, we'll only take 2 in the interest of time. So I'll take the first 2 and then move on. For the rest of the people, we'll try to publicize the contacts of the presenters so that you can contact them and get the information at length. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? I don't. Okay, we have one raised hand. Era. Dr. Mashaba.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Morning, everyone. Mrs. Gula, you mentioned a lot of ongoing projects, and one of them is you indicated the management of or the monitoring of underground water. I just want to know if you have, do you have the baseline data of in terms of radiation in around maybe this rural region where there's a proposed uranium mine, or even around the entire country? I just want to know if you have the current the baseline data of the underground water, or even, and again, the surface water. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Good morning, colleagues.
May I, Madam, please, may I take all the questions
okay,
so that we save up on time? We had another hand raised. It's dropped now. Do you have any other? None. Okay, Madam, you may complete. Sorry about that. I had another hand raised, but now it's been put down.
Okay, thank you, sir. And thank you, Ray Mashaba, for the question. Even though I did not get it clearly, I didn't say we have a project on underground water. I indicated that under the CPF, there's provision to have projects in that area. But with regards to background information in the areas around Serule, the department has conducted some investigations in that area. And we do have background information on vegetation and on soil. And with regards to groundwater, our investigations are currently ongoing. We do have limited information on that one. But the company that has been issued a mining license for that area, they've also conducted background information on the various aspects of the environment, including groundwater. Thank you. I think, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kholeba Wanemukupasetso. I work for Radiation Protection Inspectorate as head of the Licensing and Inspections Division. However, I'll be presenting in my capacity as the AFRA National Coordinator for Botswana. And that's my presentation outline. So what is AFRA? AFRA is an intergovernmental agreement established by African member states to further strengthen and enlarge the contribution of nuclear science and technology to socio-economic development on the African continent. AFRA is established under the auspices of IAEA. So there is a focal person at the IAEA who manages the AFRA program. Like I mentioned, AFRA is supported by the IAEA. The IAEA provides financial and administrative support, as well as technical support to the AFRA program. The AFRA agreement entered into force in April 1990, and it used to be renewed by its member states every 5 years. However, there's a new revised agreement, and this agreement shall continue in force indefinitely. And Botswana recently acceded to this revised agreement. We submitted the instrument of accession to the IAEA during the General Conference, which was held 2 weeks back. In terms of membership, there are 44 state parties to the AFRA agreement, and AFRA is chaired by one of its member states. And for you to chair the AFRA, we have to have hosted the technical working group meeting, which is the meeting of AFRA coordinators. So the host is elected after expression of interest to host the TWGM. The current chair is Niger, and the next country to host the TWGM is Rwanda. So Rwanda will be taking the chairmanship from Niger. AFRA has 5 strategic goals. The first one is to enhance the sustainable contribution of nuclear science and technology to meet the developmental needs and the interests of the member states. The second one, to entrench the culture of mutual assistance amongst its member states. And the third one, to deepen the culture of nuclear safety and security at regional and national levels. This means that there should be a regulatory body in place to ensure that the users, the public, and the environment are not affected by the adverse effects of ionizing radiation. The fourth one is to interact continuously with and create awareness amongst decision makers, civil society, users, and the general public on the benefits of peaceful applications of nuclear science and technology. So I would say this series of workshops actually is contributing to this goal. And lastly, to institute good governance and excellence in the management of activities in the region. So how is AFRA managed? AFRA is managed through 3 arms, being the meeting of AFRA representatives, the technical working group, and 3 AFRA committees. The meeting of AFRA representatives consists of senior government officials, and the meeting normally convenes at the time of the IAEA General Conference. So here, heads of delegations of the member states during the IAEA are invited to this meeting. The technical working group is composed of AFRA national coordinators, and the coordinators meet annually before the meeting of AFRA representatives. And this is where the coordinators will receive reports from the AFRA committees, and then we'll also make recommendations to the meeting of AFRA representatives for endorsement. And lastly, we have 3 committees. The first one is the Program Management Committee, second, Partnership Building and Resource Mobilization, and the High Level Steering Committee. These are the 3 committees of AFRA. So in terms of funding, AFRA is funded through contributions from its member states. So annually, as member states, we are supposed to pay to the AFRA fund. So this year, our share, that is the share for Botswana, is 6,803 euros. So every country will be given an invoice to pay or to contribute to this fund. AFRA is also funded through the IAEA Technical Cooperation Fund. And thirdly, AFRA is funded through extra budgetary contributions, which are mainly from donors. This could be countries like the US or European Commission. So let's look at the Regional Strategic Cooperative Framework. So what is this RCF? RCF states the strategic directions for the AFRA program. So in this RCF, common needs and problems to be addressed at regional level are identified, and from these projects will be developed to address these needs or problems. The current RCF runs from 2019 to 2023. And the priority areas are human health, food and agriculture, radiation safety and security, human resource capacity building. These are the current priorities in the current RCF. So how are projects developed? The projects are developed by committees. So these projects will have time frame for producing the expected achievements, a work plan, a schedule of inputs and outputs, as well as a budget. So the IA also provides assistance during the development or the design of these projects. So small teams of regional experts, including AFRA project scientific consultants and the focal points of AFRA, regional designated centers, constitute these teams that design the projects. And once the projects are approved, member states will be sent a questionnaire based on a set technical criteria to assess their capacity to participate in the projects. So in this cycle, TC cycle 2020 to 2021, there are 29 projects, and we are participating in 16 of these projects. And the next cycle, which is 2022 to 23, will have 37 regional projects. So in terms of business benefits, I'll not go into detail on the benefits accrued from participating in these programs. The institutions or departments that are participating in these programs will share more on the benefits they've achieved so far through participating in this program. This will come in the next series of workshops. However, like I mentioned earlier, AFRA is mainly focused on capacity building, and this is done through workshops, trainings, meetings, and fellowship programs. So far, we have, in terms of long-term training, we have somebody who has PhD through the PhD Sandwich program. and then 2 officers of MSc in Nuclear Science and Technology through this program. And the NAVTEC has been appointed as a regional designated center for use of stable isotope in human nutrition. And like I mentioned, the rest of the benefits will be shared by the respective institutions. So these are the institutions or departments that are currently participating in the AFRA program. We have RPI, UB, BNVL, Ministry of Health and Wellness, Department of Agric Research, and NAVTEC. And I'll just share a list of the projects that we are currently participating in. Yes, let me share. I'll just mention a few projects from this list. So the first project there is RAF 5079, and its title is Enhancing Crop Nutrition and Soil and Water Management and Technology Transfer in Irrigated Systems for Increased Food Production and Income Generation. The next example, I'll take it from the human health. We have RAF 6055, improving the quality of radiotherapy and the treatment of frequently occurring cancers. And then that is the rest of the projects that we are participating in. Okay. Let me go back to my presentation. And then as a requirement, we as a country or the member states who are participating in the AFRA program are required to submit annual reports. This will be consolidated by the AFRA National Coordinator after receiving reports from the project coordinators. So for more information, you can visit the AFRA website, www.afraweb.org. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam Okupaseso. And it's time for questions. It's time for questions. If you have any.
Yes, I have, sir.
Prof.
Yeah, so ma'am, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. So you mentioned how much is Botswana share of this AFRA money. How much does Botswana pay?
Okay, let's take the next question. How much does Botswana pay? And then the next one is please. I'm not sure whether the name is complete. Iwe.
I think it's BIUST.
It's BIUST.
Yes.
Yeah, they must unmute.
Dr. BIUST.
It's me. Thank you very much. And thanks to the presenter for an excellent presentation. I just have a question on the issue of the PhDs under the AFRA program, whether they are open to any area in which the country is participating. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Any other question? I think those were all the hands that were raised. Member Ngobasis, could you please take the questions? Or should I repeat them?
I think I'm fine. I got the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for that question. You're asking how much we are paying. As I mentioned in my presentation, our contribution this year, or our assessed share, is 6,803 euros. So that is what we will be paying this year. So every year there will be an invoice based on the budget, the IA budget, or the AFRA program budget, where now all the member states will receive their invoices. So there's a base rate or a rate that is used to determine how much each member state pays. So I'll go to the second question from Dr. Piluiwetse. Yes, the PhD language program is open to everyone, as long as it's in line with the use of nuclear science and technology. Thank you very much.
We thank you for the beautiful presentation. And then the next one and the last for the session will be by Professor Hillhouse of BIUST. It's entitled "Towards Establishing the Botswana Institute for Nuclear Science and Technology." Prof, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gregory Hillhouse, and the title of my presentation is "Towards Establishing the Botswana Institute for Nuclear Science and Technology," abbreviated as BINST, B-I-N-S-T. The outline of my presentation is as follows. Over the past few decades, nuclear science and technology have contributed towards helping countries tackle key development challenges, including combating hunger, improving health, ensuring clean water, and supporting responsible food production, just to mention but a few. Nuclear science and technology hold great development potential to meet the objectives of the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Indeed, nuclear science and technology have the potential to support socio-economic development in diverse sectors such as health, food, agriculture, security, mining, through skills development for driving the fourth industrial revolution and to drive a knowledge-based economy in alignment with the objectives of the NDP 11 and Vision 2036 of Botswana. Modern society cannot function without non-energy nuclear radiation technologies. The benefits of these technologies are enormous, with global markets exceeding $500 billion annually and growing rapidly. Botswana needs to capitalize on the deployment of high-tech nuclear technologies for basic applied and industrial research, with innovations leading to commercialization and income-generating prospects. In 2018, our department submitted a request to the IAEA through the Radiation Protection Inspectorate to assist us in developing a business plan for establishing training and teaching programs in nuclear science and technology to support key projects in Botswana through the country program framework. The IAEA responded by sending an expert, Professor Edward Akaho from the University of Ghana, to Botswana from the 4th to the 9th of November 2018 to meet with various stakeholders. He met with BIUST, UB, Radiation Protection Inspectorate, NFTRC, and BITRI. As a result of this visit to Botswana, Professor Akaho produced a 49-page report, which was structured as shown on this slide. In particular, he did a detailed needs assessment. He reviewed the academic training programs at universities in Botswana. He looked at what are the human resource development requirements to establish an institute called the Botswana Institute for Nuclear Science and Technology at BIUST, and so on. Part of this report led to various recommendations to University of Botswana and other stakeholders, but here we'll talk explicitly about those recommendations to BIUST. He stated that BIUST should liaise with government and stakeholders to establish the Botswana Institute for Nuclear Science and Technology to solve local socioeconomic problems and generate income through services and the commercialization of products emanating from innovative research using state-of-the-art nuclear technologies and facilities. BIUST is to be established as a national nuclear institute to serve all universities in Botswana, as well as public, private institutions and industries. BIUST should be supervised by an atomic energy board, yet to be established by an act of parliament, which is separate from the independent regulatory body, which we know as the Radiation Protection Inspectorate. The executive director of BIUST will be answerable to the office of the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Development and Innovation at BIUST. In this report, it was stated that BIUST should be established on BIUST's very large campus of 2,500 hectares, and a number of laboratories were proposed, in particular an accelerator research center comprised of possibly 2 accelerators, namely a 25 megavolt electron accelerator and a 3 MeV Tandotron accelerator, nuclear physics teaching lab, alpha and gamma spectrometry lab, and you'll see there's a whole host of laboratories that are listed on the slide, including a radioactive waste management center and workshops for repair and maintenance of digital equipment and mechanical equipment. The proposed structure is as shown on the slide, where you can see all the laboratories mentioned, but I draw your attention to the IAEA would assist with drawing up radiobiology programs, as well as programs in nuclear techniques in industry, applied nuclear physics and technology. And at that stage, we identified the human capital requirements for these various laboratories. Further IAEA recommendations for BIUST were to develop and organize postgraduate academic programs in the application of nuclear techniques in industry, applied nuclear physics and technology, accelerator physics and engineering, and radiation biology. We should collaborate with the relevant national authorities to identify and characterize the site for BIUST. Establish a project management team for the design and construction of physical infrastructure for BIUST, and then to seek technical assistance from the IAEA in terms of procurement and commissioning of infrastructure associated with BIUST. Initial projects to be associated with the accelerators would be in the areas of food and water, in particular sterilization of meat and agricultural produce, energy and the environment, to use an electron beam technology to remove harmful emissions from coal-fired flue gas, of which there's plenty in the Palapé region, health and medicine, to treat malignant tumors using electron beam technologies, look at the possibility of producing short-lived radioisotopes for diagnostic medical purposes. There were also mentions of mineral beneficiation, national security, material science, where products and services could be developed to serve the region and the continent at large, as well as non-destructive testing to identify manufacturing defects in industrially manufactured objects. The estimated cost was about 10 million USD for laboratory infrastructure, including the accelerators. Also, teaching equipment was estimated to cost the amount shown on the screen in front of you. And it was proposed that a detailed budget should be drawn up in consultation with the IAEA. From the report, there were recommendations to government, in particular to establish an atomic energy board through an act of parliament to serve as an operating organization for the overall supervision of all nuclear installations, to continue signing and ratifying all relevant legal nuclear instruments, treaties, and conventions, and to fund the construction of buildings, the acquisition of accelerators, and the recruitment of qualified and competent human capital for BIUST. Then, in response to the IAEA report, a committee was set up by our then acting Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Development and Innovation, Professor Lungu. He set up a committee to review the report and to make recommendations on the way forward. such a committee was set up, it was chaired by me, and the committee came up with recommendations essentially supporting the IAEA recommendations. Thereafter, the executive management team at BIUST sent a letter to the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Research, Technology to request IAEA assistance in performing a detailed cost analysis and also to assist us in identifying the types of accelerators we would need at BIUST. This was followed up by a letter to the IAEA from the then permanent secretary of MoTE, Dr. Muko, and he said there we need assistance in performing a comprehensive cost analysis of infrastructure, equipment, and human capital. And also we need assistance in determining the final specifications of the accelerator facilities that would be needed. Thereafter, I was contacted by the IAEA, specifically Mr. Neil Jarvis, to say that we should start discussions on what exactly we need for BIUST. This was followed up with an email to Mr. Jarvis saying that we have set up various groups in nuclear science and technology, and we would require teaching and research laboratories in nuclear physics, radiochemistry, radiobiology, isotope hydrology, non-destructive testing. We'd also need the following laboratories that are listed on the slide. In particular, we need to identify the specific types of accelerators that are needed and how Botswana will benefit, and we need assistance in this regard. In 2020, I was designated by the IAEA as a project counterpart for a concept project titled Development of National Nuclear Science Training Program and Research Capacities. A proposal was drawn up together with the assistance from Dr. Kureba while I was on sick leave, and the proposal was fledged under the following headings. In particular, we required funding to set up a multidisciplinary nuclear science and technology lab together with human capital of about 200,000 euros. So at the moment, this has been submitted to the IAEA. We are now waiting for funding to kickstart the project in 2022. To identify the relevant local stakeholders, we are organizing a series of workshops. Today's workshop is part of that series to really identify collaborative synergies in the nuclear landscape. At present, we are drafting a project plan for establishing BIUST in consultation with the IAEA, and we have identified preliminary workstream initiatives and milestones for the period 2021 to 2026. In particular, you will see here that the first segment is related to the IAEA concept project. There's another section on educational programs. We need to register and accredit our undergraduate programs. That will be a BSc Applied Physics, a BSc Honors in Applied Physics, as well as Masters and PhD programs with the Botswana Qualifications Authority. We also need to develop human capital by training students, technicians, academic staff, together with our partners at Itemba Labs in South Africa and the Joint Institute for Nuclear Research in Russia. In particular, the latter partners will assist us in designing an electron accelerator, which we will commission in Botswana in the next 5 or so years. Also, we need to meet with stakeholders to identify pilot research projects to be undertaken at BIUST. So if you are interested in participating in this exciting project, you are cordially invited to contact me. And here are my details. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. It's time for questions again. Do we have any? Do you have any questions for Prof? You don't have any raised hands? Okay.
There's one, sir.
Dr. Plewet.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Prof, for the wonderful presentation. I'm just curious about something, and pardon me for asking this, but to what extent has this been informed by the status of the current legislation pertaining to this area of science? Perhaps before you answer, I'll share the little background which informs my question. Currently, the legislation that is on the ground seems to have been construed from a perspective of physical sciences that only use closed sources, as a result of which the life scientists have been cut out. And I'm wondering whether this move may not, after reaching a point of near fruition, then get curtailed by issues of needing to put the legislation right. Because the current legislation says, as a life scientist, and we generate a lot of waste, we need to take it back to the supplier. For us, it means cross-boundary movement to Pelandaba or Itemba because we don't even have a disposal site in the country. And I'm just wondering whether this will not face a similar challenge in the process, that wouldn't that be maybe best to address the legislative requirements and then come with this grand institution when the legislature is in place, and indeed when it comes by, things will run, instead of then frustration setting in because suddenly things are here, but you can't do it because there's no legal provision for it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question, sir. So this is, the accelerator is not radioactive, nor does it produce radioactive waste, but it's a nuclear technique to generate beams to study various things. So for example, we have X-ray machines, we have XRD and BITRI and BIUST. So they are not radioactive, but they produce radiation. And this is just one of those. So it's a tabletop turnkey system. You turn it on, you do experiments, you switch it off, essentially. So I don't foresee any problem there. But the big thing, sir, is we need to build a highly developed skills in nuclear science so that we can really take these and develop products and services. So we don't, in some cases, you may produce some things that are radioactive, but in general, you're using nuclear techniques to produce a beam, and you use this beam to do things with. Once you turn off the beam, it's much better than a sealed source. There's nothing, zero. So I don't think there will be any problem there, but it's worth noting what you are saying. And welcome, you and I could get in touch at some stage, because I need all stakeholders to get on board, because this is a national thing. And it's my prayer that we can really move things very fast. So because I'm worried we're going to have another policy, and you know, Botswana is notorious for not implementing policies, but developing them. So I just hope, you know, we can get this thing up and running within our lifetime. But my dream is within the next 6 years. But I think this is a dream, knowing the inertia and various other problems we have. But thank you for your question, sir.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Palalani?
Yes, thank you, Greg, for your presentation. My question is just to, how is the response of the local stakeholders that you have been in touch with so far in line with this exciting upcoming project?
No, sir, it's a very good question, Palalani. Remember, this report came out with this suggestion. The suggestion was that we get the IAEA to assist us to kickstart the process of really engaging all stakeholders. So this workshop series is really part of that. And maybe I gave the impression we are engaging. No, we have not. This is where we want to get people on board. We're going to start to work together. And definitely there's a market for this. There was a needs assessment that was done, and I think there's a need for it, and we can even make a lot of money out of it. But we will start engaging now that we've made the presentation. The IAEA will set up more workshops, and then we will start to do it. But in the meantime, you have to have something, because if you start engaging, we know what it's like. We have a potla system, there's no problem with that, but we'll still be talking in 10 years about what to do, and we just need to kickstart. Slowly we will engage, and so that's the plan. So, but Palalani, I'll be getting in touch with you because UB is a key stakeholder. However, in that report, UB needs to develop programs in medical physics, train radiographers and things like that. But we need to work together on these accelerators. I hope that answers.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you've covered everything. Thanks.
Thank you. Before we complete, Dr. Plewet was asking about the restrictions on the life sciences when it comes to application of nuclear technology. At the moment, because we don't have the disposal facilities, I think it would be best if we limit ourselves to short-lived nuclides that we can store for decay before we can release. Because the law, nuclear law in these countries allow for effluent release into the environment. But they have to be as such low activities that they will not be harmful. That will be the key. We cannot expand to long-lived ones because of the limitations we have. But currently there are some nuclears that can be employed. I'm sorry, I think we've run out. Let's take just one more question and then we are done. We have 2 minutes. We have Jose Romaeze and MoTE. Please, let's be quick. Jose Ro?
Am I muted? Yes.
Thank
you very much for giving me this opportunity to comment. Just wanted to ask Prof how far they are, because at the moment I work for the private hospital, Bukamso Private Hospital. So we have limited radioisotopes here for diagnosis, which is actually being discouraged by the fact that we actually only import everything we use here. So having the accelerators locally, I think will actually help us get more radioisotopes that would even enable us to even get PET facilities in place. So I just wanted to know how far they are with their project of getting the accelerators kick-started locally. Because at the moment, we only have radioiodine 131 and technetium 99M for our patients. But we still need more of the radioisotopes to help assist in the management and diagnosis of our conditions here. Thank you very much.
Okay, hold it there. MoTE.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Just to appreciate Professor Hillhouse's presentation and the good work that has been done by his team on BIUST. Very quickly, I'm aware that there's good prospects of uranium mining in Botswana. Incidentally, near Serule, there's one of the biggest, 10 of the biggest prospects of uranium resources in the world. So I'm wondering, what avenues are there through BIUST or otherwise for Botswana to add value to the uranium deposits that we have in our midst? Thanks.
Prof?
Yeah, so thank you, Chamo. Nice hearing your voice. In terms of uranium capitalizing on those mines when they are up and running, we will have to work together with these mining companies and the RPI. But at this stage, I just want to mention this is a concept. So this was one of the aims of this workshop, is to hear who is interested, and then we need to talk to the hospitals on their needs, and then we can really even decide on the specific type of accelerator. So it's a concept, we are far from it. We do engage with measurements in Serule, but they're more or less looking at the environment in terms of the uranium that is lying on the surface. Dr. Kureba and companies, but we will get in touch, and there could be spin-offs from that, but we're far from that. This is just the initial concept, which was sort of approved by the IAEA through the RPI, Now we're trying to kickstart everything, let's say through this workshop. So please contact me. There'll be great applications for AI, data analysis. And then the other question was the other hospitals. Please contact me. We must get together. We must work, and we must, get things up and running where we produce things. We don't import, because at the moment, we're nearly like another province of South Africa. I come from South Africa, so just crossing the border, I feel like I'm in South Africa without the crime. We should really sit down, talk, and get industries up and running. That's our dream. So please, colleagues, contact me, and we will talk, and we will get things moving. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much. I think the morning session is done, so I'll hand over to our Master of Ceremony, Dr. Balalani.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Also, I would like to thank our speakers for their presentations, and I would encourage all our attendees to actually contact our presenters and get more of the answers they might have. So I think we are going for a health break, so I think we'll come back at around 11:10 for the session 3. So thank you.
dreams can come to life.
The road to being counted among the best stars with a world-class qualification from BUAN. This is a university that offers world-class education with innovation guided by distinguished academics. To make a lasting mark, you must first be a part of BUAN and let your greatness lie beyond the classroom. Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
The BITRI Center for Material Science is a state-of-the-art facility that provides materials fabrication and characterization to a variety of sectors in Botswana and across the region. The lab provides water and mineral analysis, heavy metal testing in water, elemental analyses of synthesized material, as well as elemental and mineral analysis of geological material including soils and mineral ores. The Center for Material Science serves the mining, construction, water and agricultural sectors, as well as research and academic institutes. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
When you think about learning necessary skills and knowledge, you have to look for a university where dreams become a reality, where students collaborate and harness their knowledge and experience for the nation's food security. Come and register for our world-class programs and turn your hard work and passion into your future career.
Your dreams can come to
Botswana
life.
University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
We all deserve to breathe clean air wherever we live and work. The Nanomaterials Division at BITRI contributes towards the achievement of this objective by undertaking research and development in filtration technologies. The division's cutting-edge nanofiber membrane is one such technology. With a viral filtration efficiency of over 99.9%, the membrane is the best in its class and can be used to manufacture health masks. The targeted sectors include, but are not limited to, mining, manufacturing, and health. The nanofiber membrane is versatile and can be adopted in other products beyond those in air filtration and is industrially applicable in the energy as well as defense and security industries. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
Well, this position requires someone who can think outside the box.
Well, sir, to answer your question, organic farming in particular has differentiated itself from conventional agriculture by a way of an alternative agricultural practice, which...
Stop right there. So when do you want to start?
Tomorrow.
Your dreams can come to life.
Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
Yes, I think we have a minute before we start our third session. So I will hand over again to the chair for the third session once the time is right. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I hope everyone is back. So my name is Mashaba from University of Botswana. I will be taking you through this session. And on this session, we are going to look at the overview of applied nuclear science and technology programs in our local institutions. So let me first welcome our first speaker of session number 3, Dr. Oscar Kureba from BIUST, to give us a presentation on applied nuclear physics research at BIUST. Dr. Kureba, the floor is yours, sir.
Good day, everyone. My name is Dr. Oscar Kureba. I'm a senior lecturer in the Department of Physics and Astronomy at the Botswana International University of Science and Technology, BIUST for short. So today in this workshop on peaceful applications of nuclear science and technology for sustainable development in Botswana, I will be presenting on applied nuclear physics research within my department. You can see here a beautiful photo of the BIUST administration blog. But today I'm hoping to convince you that BIUST is not just a pretty face as it looks here, but there's some serious research that we are currently conducting. So the outline of my presentation is like this, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through each bullet as these will pop up in the presentation anyway. So by way of introduction, the Applied Nuclear Physics and Technology subgroup is a subsidiary of a bigger group, which is the Applied Nuclear Science and Technology group, only that it focuses on physics research. And then the bigger group involves other departments in science and also in engineering within the university. So this subgroup was created back in early 2017, shortly after myself and Professor Hillhouse joined the university. So we decided to come up with this research group, and as you shall see, we have really made a lot of progress in terms of churning out world-class graduates. So now the composition has since increased to include Dr. Dina, and also recently we were joined by Dr. Simon Marlins, who joined us last month. In addition, we have senior technician, Mr. Tapelo Mabaka. So as I have already mentioned, we have a good story to tell, having graduated 5 MSc graduates from within our group. So that's Mr. Mkhatitswane, Mr. Mutetswane, Miss Setso, Mr. Tikoloho, and Miss Sedinanyani. So currently we have 2 PhD students. As you can see, Mr. Mutetswane and Miss Setso went on to register for PhD with us after completion of their MScs. And then we also have 5 current MSc students, Mr. Kutlule, Mr. Sibili, Mr. German, Mrs. Chinguo, and Miss Malet. In addition, we should also mention that we have supervised 7 BSc students in their final year projects within the department. And the last bullet there is referring to one of my former students who I co-supervised, now Dr. T. Solomon, who graduated this year as well. Of course, he was not registered in BIUST, but part of our activities involves co-supervising students from other universities as well. So this is another success story that we are proud of. So let me take you through the nuclear physics research areas. We have environmental radioactivity. We all know that Botswana is a mining country, and mining activities actually disrupt the balance of radioactivity in nature. So there is a need for some research to quantify the amount of radiation, particularly where people live. In this case, we focus our research mainly on the Serule area. Why Serule? Because there is going to be a uranium mine, and we all know that uranium is radioactive. So the idea is to do a baseline study before the mining starts. Another area is accelerated technologies. If you followed Professor Hilau's presentation on BIUST, he did mention that we have a big dream to own an accelerator facility. And obviously we have started to do some human capacity development in that area. So one of our MSc students focused on that, as we shall see. Then we have radioisotope production. Again, the accelerator can lead to the production of radioisotopes that are used in medical applications. So we have had an MSc student working on that as well. Then detector development, we have 2 students who worked on this, separate projects in detector development, which is also another area that we focus on. Then finally, last but not least, the fundamental of nuclear physics. While it is not exactly applied, there is a lot that goes into it. For example, you need to develop the software, the hardware, the firmware associated with experiments on nuclear physics. So that's where the applied section comes into play. And also we can get some spin-offs from such research. So obviously we cannot do all this alone. We have lots of collaborators that we rely on or that we work with. For example, we have all these Vit University, Itemba Labs, JINR, Northwest University, TU Darmstadt, European Center for Nuclear Research in Switzerland, West of York. And one thing to note is that most of these collaborators are from outside Botswana, but we have recently joined hands with the University of Botswana and Radiation Protection Inspectorate, as we are now co-supervising students with Dr. Mashaba from UB and also Dr. Solomon from RPI. So now let me take you through some of the completed postgraduate research projects. As I have mentioned, 5 of our students have since completed. So that's how who worked on a project in the detector development domain, supervised by myself and co-supervised by Professor Melado Fitz. Then we have Adolf, who worked on radioisotope production field, supervised by Professor Hillhouse, and also Dr. Batlokwa from chemistry department within BIUST, and co-supervised by Dr. Dion of Itemba Labs. Then we have Otsile Tikoloho, who graduated in 2020, supervised by Prof. Hillhouse, and Dr. Nemlodi in Itemba Labs. The last 2 were on environmental radiation measurements. That is Refilwe, who looked at radon measurements in houses of Serole, and also Babedi, who looked at soil sample analysis on samples taken from Serole as well. So just to give you a clue on what exactly the research entails. For example, this was one of the projects by Hao, who irradiated some plastic scintillators, different types, blue emitting and green emitting, to see the amount of radiation tolerance that these plastic scintillators could endure. The idea was to try and come up with a candidate that can be used at the European Center for Nuclear Research in terms of developing the detector material for the Atlas detector. I will not go too deep into the technical details, since all these projects that I've mentioned, this one, they are going to be presented by these former students in workshop 2. Thank you. So now what is important to note is that this work led to a good publication in this Journal of Nuclear Instruments and Methods in Physics Research B, where you have Gaude, myself, and some collaborators from JINR, BLITZ, and the Timber Labs. Another example is the one by Seville Musakaye. You can see him there in this photo. He was carrying out his project in Russia on the development of a prototype for detecting large diamonds in kimberlite. So this has very good possible applications here in Botswana. Like I've already mentioned, Botswana is a mining country. We can get diamond detectors that can be used in our mining industry here in Botswana, then that would be great. Again, this work led to a publication in this journal, Instruments. Okay. Also, we move on to environmental radioactivity research. I'm not going to go technical on this, since I've already mentioned all this is going to be zoomed into in workshop 2. So in these pictures, we have soil sample collection in the top left picture. That's 2 of our former MSc students, Babedi and Donovan, together with a Serule resident, Akanyang. By the way, we also engage residents there in Serule, and we make them part of our research team and reward them accordingly. In the middle top row, we have Refilwe recording the GPS coordinates. You can see that's me there holding the GPS instrument, and another Serule resident collecting a soil sample. Then what normally happens is we take these samples to Northwest University. In the top right picture, that's myself and a colleague there at Northwest University doing some measurements of gamma radiation from the soil samples. Then looking at the bottom row, bottom left, that's myself and the Serule resident mounting some radon detection equipment in houses in Serule. So that was Refilo Setso's MSc, and Refilo is that lady looking curiously at what we were doing and also recording the voltage levels in the instrument there. The last picture, we have myself, Refilo, Khao, and Wabedi after one of the field trips. Obviously, we don't just do nuclear physics, we also have time for selfies and for eating. Okay. So that kind of research in terms of soil sample analysis has been published here. This was a collaboration between BIUST and Professor Usman and her MSc student at Wits University, together with Dr. Mabunda from South African Nuclear Energy Corporation. So, like I mentioned, we won't leave fundamental nuclear physics behind. This is just one example where you can actually go deeper and do hardcore nuclear physics, one of many. So I will not bore you with the technical details as well. Like I mentioned, this will be presented in workshop 2. And that led to a publication in this high impact journal, Physics Letters B. So now for current research projects, we have an evaluation of the level of naturally occurring radioactive materials in Botswana by myself, funded by BIUST Initiation Grant for staff. And we have these other several MSc student projects and also a PhD there by Adolf, being supervised by Professor Hillhouse and Dr. Stein with Timber Labs. And this is a continuation of current research projects. Some of them are nearing completion. The students are finalizing their write-ups. So we hope to graduate 2 or 3 more students next year. The last projects here, they border between materials physics research and nuclear physics research. supervised by Dr. Likodisi and Dr. Muiva within our department, together with some colleagues at Itemba Labs in South Africa. Some recent publications, if anyone is interested in reading them, you can have a look when we give you the slides. You can go through some of these publications. We have 4 here. These are all only from 2020, 2021. We have about 8 just from 2020, 2021. Of course, there is more if we extrapolate backwards. And then now on training and presentations, this is just to show you that we expose our students to the international community and not just within the corridors of BIUST. On the top left, we have a screenshot of a report by Babedi after she attended a 3-week training on the African School of Fundamental Physics and Applications. Top right, that's Pearl Malete, who recently completed this exciting project with researchers in Dubna, Russia. And at the bottom, with so many people, these are some of the people that we work with in the nuclear fraternity. If you look closely, you will see me there in the front row wearing a white shirt. And this was after the presentation that I did. This ANSTT workshop has become an annual event since 2018, and our staff members and students normally go there to do presentations. So this is just a few of the many, because we have some students who went to the South African Institute of Physics to give presentations on their research projects, and also contributions of members of staff and students to the STEM Festival, which normally takes place every year here in Botswana. So, and we also have a good story to tell in terms of making news, making the headlines. So in this particular news article, you can see in the picture, second from left is Adolf, one of our former MSc students. Then we also have Refilwe, the lady in the blue top and the black jacket. And Otsile was also part of this team that went to Russia to do some nuclear research summer practice together with some students from South African University. Our students made headlines because 3 of them won a prestigious award, which is called the Moscovian Badge, which is given to excelling students, and we were so proud of them. Also making headlines was the fact that Khao was the first Botswana to do his MSc at the European Center for Nuclear Research. And he was so excited. That was an article. And Dr. Solomon here, who was featured on the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Research, Science and Technology website for completing his PhD recently. And of course, COVID-19 is with us, and our team members were not left behind. As you can see, Osile there in the top left picture, he's the manager of the BIUST team. So BIUST partnered with WITS to develop a dashboard for the COVID-19 pandemic. So visualization of the statistics, how the COVID pandemic was spreading. And also in the picture, top right is Professor Hillhouse together with Professor Bruce Melado from Wits University. And at the bottom, we have Adolf on the left and Khao on the right. These people contributed immensely to the development of this dashboard. So in summary and outlook, I can say, yes, we do have a good story to tell, having graduated 5 MSCs and still counting. And according to Prof. Hillhouse, BIUST has more MSc students in physics compared to what you would find at the University of Stellenbosch. Okay. Then in terms of outlook, we need to push for the development of our own research facilities here in Botswana. Yes, we've been a new university, but we are not so new anymore. So I refer you to the presentation by Professor Hillhouse on the Botswana Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology, where how applied can actually be scrutinized further. There is also a need for local collaborations, since you saw that most of the collaborators are from international institutions outside Botswana. So charity should begin at home, because then obviously funding is a challenge to any institution. But we can try to partner with local institutions to do some applications for funding together, and hopefully we hope to get some funding for training for students. I would like to acknowledge the Directorate of Research, Development and Innovation, because it availed some initiation grants to staff members and also postgraduate research grants to our students. Otherwise, without this, we would probably not have graduated any student by now. Then the Directorate of International Linkages and Partnerships, always eager to help us when we go knocking on their doors for funding, especially when we are doing some international travel. They normally fund our travel costs. And I would also like to thank the collaborators that I've mentioned for availing their human resources expertise and research facilities, mostly free of charge. For more information, you can contact me on this phone number or that email address. I thank you. This is the end of my presentation. Time for comments, questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kurio, for the wonderful presentation. It was a long presentation. I will only allow 2 questions to save time. The rest will just forward them to Dr. Kurio. Time for questions. Only 2 questions. Any questions? Okay, Dr. Mutsewa.
No, thank you very much. I think this is really impressive. I'm just wondering, with this pipeline of students that we are producing, what are the prospects for them when they complete, when they come to Botswana, for example? Because I think we had a similar challenge with the SKA sponsor students. Because I think I want to support colleagues there to say there's need for investments in this area, given that there's now beginning to be some output of students. There's nothing as disheartening as seeing graduates who come back or who complete, and we cannot keep them busy, and they may even want to leave. So I was just thinking strategically here, what are the prospects for them as and when they excel and finish their courses? Thanks.
Hello, I don't know if I should go ahead and answer or you're taking the next question.
It seems like it was only Dr. Mutsewa. You can go ahead and answer it.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. So in terms of prospects, as you have already seen, we have this big dream of establishing the BIUST. Hopefully, all these students can be absorbed into the institute once it comes to life. But as you have seen already, some students move from MSc to PhD. So already for MSc, it's quite straightforward. Again, something that I can say is our students can fit anywhere in the world. Since I've already mentioned, they have international exposure. So we are not only training for Botswana, but for the world at large. Thank you.
All right, the next question, the last one. Any question?
Yes, my hand is up.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you have indicated that you have been in strong collaboration with the guys from the outside. So what have been your challenges, especially in terms of providing the samples or any other challenge that you faced with by working with the outsiders that are having a strong collaboration locally?
Thank you for your question. Mostly, let me focus on the positive side. Like I mentioned, they have been there working with us, and sometimes they even provide facilities free of charge.
Yeah.
So obviously, the main challenge for any institution is funding in terms of getting our students to the other labs or to the labs across the outside the borders of Botswana. So the main challenge is really funding for travel and also maybe for some sample analysis. But in general, we have realized that this collaboration actually works well for us. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you once again, Dr. Kureba. Now we are going to move on to the next presentation. This one will be given by Rechika from University of Botswana. Is going to give us an overview on BSc Radiation and Health Physics program. Rechika, now the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mr. Chika. I'm a lecturer in a program called Radiation and Health Physics at the University of Botswana. I'm here today to give you an overview of what this program is all about. And I am the one that you are seeing on the right-hand side of the slide that you are looking at. There are 8 of us teaching in this program, and I'm just one of those 8. Now, I'm going to start first by giving you an overview of what this program is all about. And we are going to start first by looking at when and why this program was formed, what are the core structure of this program, what are the main instruments that we use in our daily teaching. I will also look at where our graduates are, what they are doing in this university. We will look at the challenges that we are experiencing. We will look at the current program review that is ongoing and the way forward. Why was this program formed? Radiation and Health Physics program was formed in 2011. And this was a result of a request from the Department of Radiation Protection then to mount a program that would assist in producing the necessary human resources with the appropriate technical expertise to meet the challenges of the use of ionizing radiation then. This was as a result of Botswana having joined the International Atomic Energy Agency in 2002. So we were expected to produce sufficient manpower that will then be used to staff the regulatory authority itself, because RPI was still new by then, and have enough human resources to be available that can be employed by the industry to assist with the radiation protection matters. This is why this program was formulated. The structure of our program. Radiation and Health Physics is a hybrid program in that part of it have to do with the medical fraternity, and then the other part of it have to deal with the environmental physics aspect of it. Now, why was this important? This was important because when the program was formulated, the intention was that we needed a graduate that understands fully the use of ionizing radiation in hospitals. We know that hospitals are the main users of ionizing radiation in this country. Hospitals use ionizing radiation for diagnosis of diseases and for therapeutic purposes. So we needed a graduate that will fully understand how ionizing radiation is being used in this industry. The other part of the program has to deal with the use of ionizing industry in institutions like BIUST, who use ionizing radiation for scanning cargo, institutions like airports that uses ionizing radiation for security scanning. We are looking at institutions here like universities that conduct research on naturally occurring radioactive material. So we needed to have part of this program covering this other area of ionizing radiation. And the two of them combined then created a program that we call Radiation and Health Physics. Now, some of the main courses that we are covering in our program, courses that have to do with medical application. We have a radiation biology course that deals with the effects of ionizing radiation on the body. We have radiation therapy that deals with the use of radiation to treat cancer. We have radiography that deals with diagnosis of diseases using X-rays. We have a radiology that deals with interpretation of images. We have medical imaging physics that deals with the use of a non-ionizing radiation for medical imaging. We have human anatomy and physiology. And then we have the clinical internships that we send our students to hospitals to go and have hands-on experience. We have other radiation physics courses that mostly have to do with norms. We have radiation physics 1 and 2 that deals with where the ionizing radiation comes from and how it interacts with matter. We have environmental physics that deals with naturally occurring radioactive material. We have instrumentation that deals with detectors. We have nuclear rules and regulations. We have applied nuclear physics. We have radiation protection and dosimetry. And we have applied radiation safety techniques. Now, other courses that are included in these programs are done in other departments like the School of Allied Health Sciences to augment what we are doing in physics department. The core instruments that we are using in our day-to-day teaching would include instruments like a gamma spectrometer, which we have, but currently it requires a repair. We have the ED2000, which is an X-ray fluorescence system. It requires a repair also. We have the Alpha Gade, which is in a good condition, is working. We have the X-ray diffraction system, which is housed at geology department. It also requires some repair. We have a new sodium iodide gamma spectrometry system. It's working and it's in good condition. And we have several Monte Carlo simulation softwares that we have in our labs, and they are also running well. Now, where are our graduates and what are they doing? Since its inception in 2011, the program has produced 63 graduates, of which 7 have been employed by RPI, the regulatory authority. 1 is employed by UB as a temporary full-time demonstrator, and 1 is employed by the Ministry of Basic Education as a teacher. We have 4 students of ours who are doing PhD in BIUST. We have 5 that are also currently doing their MSc, and 2 have already completed their busy marketing. We have 2 students that are doing MSc Medical Physics in South Africa. We have 1 doing a PhD. We have 2 that are doing MSc in Medical Physics in India, and they will be graduating in January. We have 2 that are leaving this month of October. They are also going to India to do their MSc Medical Physics this month. We have 1 of our students who is employed at the Seiki Tumile Referral Hospital, and he is working as an assistant medical physicist. Current review and way forward. Our program is undergoing a a curriculum review. University of Botswana employed an expert from South Africa to review our program, recommendations of which we have infused into our draft reviewed curriculum in order to strengthen our program. We have, as a group, also decided to include 2 physics general courses that will allow our graduates to be able to teach secondary school physics. We know our country is having a challenge with physics teachers, and the suggestion in the group is a way of trying to assist our country move forward. We have decided we will include in our program 2 courses in physics general that will allow our students to go into the community and start teaching our students physics. When this draft review has been completed, we will send it to the stakeholders to look at it, have their own input with an intention that it should be implemented in the next academic year. This, I believe, is a fair summary of our program. And if participants have questions, me and my colleagues are available to address those questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Rechika. Now it's time for questions. Questions?
I have a question.
Tony. All right, Prof. Let me start with you. I've got 3 participants here. Okay, let me start with you, Prof.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Sankwaza. Very good presentation. Tell me, does UB have plans to develop a fully fledged medical physics program and to get it accredited?
Can I answer, Dr. Masham?
Let me go to the next question first, then we will answer them. It seems like I've got so many people who want to ask you questions. Another question, Tonik, go ahead.
Yeah, my question relates to what Mr. Chika was saying about their future developments of eventually taking their students to join the physics teaching area in the secondary schools. I'm aware he's saying they are yet to discuss with the stakeholders, but on their assessment, are you happy with the students' response to being routed to teaching institutions? And the next thing, are there any plans of collaborating with the allied health, maybe under the medical school at UB, to maybe joining into other courses, which I think will be very much in demand, like radiation therapy, radiography, taking your students, maybe joining those fields. I see a future as opposed to you maybe routing these kids to being just teachers, because I see them, I have an experience with these kids. Because they've got no alternatives, they end up opting for teaching, not that it was their initial intent. So I don't know how you can deliberate on that one. Thank you.
Okay, let's take the last question. Thank you, ma'am. Let's take the last question from Tony Mutsa. I just know him with his first name. Tony, go ahead. Tony?
Yeah, Tony, he's in my office, so we are sharing the screen.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me hand over to Rechiga to answer the questions. Go ahead, Rechiga, and answer the first question.
Yeah, thank you very much, colleagues. I hope you can hear me. Can I confirm that I'm audible enough? Okay, thank you very much. Let me start with Professor Hill's question. You wanted to know whether the MSc program we are continuing with it or not.
No, medical physics.
the medical physics program.
When you have a medical physics program at UB.
Yes. The recommendation from the expert that you talked about earlier in your presentation had recommended that we introduce the MSc Medical Physics. And as a group, we looked at it, we deliberated on it, and we thought it was a good idea. We presented the idea to the physics board, who also accepted that this may be a good idea. We should go ahead and mount the program. But then what we then noticed was that according to AFRA, the responsible people who are supposed to lead this program introduction was supposed to be a medical physicist, preferably with a PhD and with a clinical experience. That was part of the recommendation in AFRA medical physics curriculum. So the challenge then that we had was in our group, we did not have anyone with a PhD in medical physics who could lead this review. We then requested the university to help us employ a medical physicist, but as of now, we are still having a challenge because the university is also experiencing financial challenges because of the COVID. But otherwise, in principle, the idea has been accepted, and anytime the university gives us the position of a medical physicist, which we had advertised actually, and then unfortunately it was suspended because of finances. Once we have that gentleman, he's the one that is supposed to lead this program. At least as of now, we have a curriculum review that a curriculum that we received from RPI, from AFRA, which details almost everything that we need. So as it is right now, our only challenge is that we are still lacking with a medical physicist with a PhD and clinical experience to lead us with this. And we hope that one day we will be lucky and then we will get this person to help us with that. That is for you, Prof. Now, physics, our students being diverted to teachers. We have a burning issue with teachers in secondary schools, and our radiation and health physics students are covering almost 98% of what the physics minor students are doing. The only difference is we lack only 2 courses for our students to qualify to do a physics minor. So we are not diverting them to anything, except that we wanted to take out some courses that we thought were a repetition from the review and then replace them with these 2 courses so that these students have a minor in physics. Like all our graduates, we are having challenges with our students getting absorbed into the industry, because initially part of this program was supposed to deal with the uranium mine that was supposed to have been started about 2-3 years ago, and it didn't materialize. So there was an expectation then that a lot of these graduates were going to get absorbed in that mine, but unfortunately it has not started. And we are not sure whether it's going to start next year financially or what, but the expectation was that a lot of these graduates were going to get absorbed there, but it hasn't worked. So in simple, we are not diverting or changing them into teachers, no. We are just adding 2 courses to arrest a situation, a challenging situation, which we are all aware of. Now, the collaboration with other departments. Yes, of course, we have ongoing collaboration with the School of Allied Health Sciences. We are in a process to collaborate with them to introduce a program called, radiography. They want to introduce
Sorry, Rachel, I try to summarize. We are running out of time.
Okay, so they want to introduce a program called BSc Radiography. We are in collaboration with them, and the discussion is at an advanced stage. And as a group, the assumption is that if things go right, by next year, we should be having a program called a BSc Radiography, but based in the the School of Allied Health Sciences. As of now, that is the collaboration that we are working on. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mashaba.
All right. Thank you, Rechiga. I think you should expect more questions. People want to ask questions, but we are running out of time. I'm going to move on to our next presenter, Dr. Mwaketi. She will give us a presentation on nuclear application in human nutrition at National Food Technology Research Center, NAFTEC. The floor is yours, Dr. Mwaketi.
Good day. I'm Tia Mwaketi. I'm going to give an overview of the applications of stable isotopes in human nutrition research at the National Food Technology Research Center, that is NAFTEC. National Food Technology Research Center is registered and incorporated in 1999 as a company limited by guarantee. National Food Technology Research Center, NAFTEC, is a research and development institution operating under the Botswana Ministry of Agricultural Development and Food Security. NAFTEC is governed by a board of directors appointed by the minister. NAFTEC is to be merged with the Department of Agric Research and National Veterinary Laboratory to form a National Agricultural Research and Development Institute, that is NADI. NAFTEC's vision is to be an international center of excellency in food science and technology, and its mission is to generate food technologies that enhance economic diversification, food security, and quality through sustained end user focused research and development. NAFTEC exists to support agricultural development and food production through research in food safety, nutrition, product development, post-harvest processes and technologies, end user aspects and application for existing and new agricultural products. It also exists to conduct research to generate scientific data and information that is needed to inform and guide policy formulation and implementation, consumer decision making and choices, and food security and nutrition intervention programs. Our journey with the use of stable isotopes. NAFTEC is an IEA designated African Regional Center for Research and Development. NAFTEC previously participated on the regional and technical projects of IEA. NAFTEC benefited both in fellowships and scientific visits from IEA on the use of stable isotopes and nutrition. NAFTEC has a capacity in using stable isotopes in the following areas: in body composition analysis, assessment of breast milk intake, assessment of vitamin A intake, and bioavailability of nutrients. NAFTEC journey with the use of stable isotopes. In 2006, NAFTEC conducted a study on the efficacy of vitamin A fortified sorghum meal in improving the immunostatus of HIV seropositive adults in Kenya. We used stable isotopes in order to assess body composition, and I will explain on the principle of body composition, on the principle of use of stable isotope in assessing body composition. I'll give a brief overview. And this study has a manuscript titled "The Efficacy of Micronutrients Fortified Sorghum Meal in Improving the Immunostatus of HIV positive adults." That has been published in 2013. And in 2009, we applied stable isotopes techniques to monitor and improve infant and young child nutrition intervention in AFRA studies that is Botswana participated in this AFRA studies, in this AFRA projects represented by NAVTEC. Then in 2009, NAVTEC conducted a pilot study on the assessment of the exclusivity of breastfeeding and its impact on the nutritional status of HIV-infected and uninfected lactating women in Botswana. So we use the stable isotopes, that is deuterium, in order to assess breast milk intake. I will also explain the principle of using deuterium in order to measure breast milk intake. And this study has a publication in South African Journal of Clinical Nutrition, the September 2015 issue, titled Application of the Deuterium Oxide Dose to Mother Technique to Determine the Exclusivity of Breast Feeding in Women in Kenya, Botswana. As I've already said, that NAVTEC has been appointed in RDC in 2011, and we also hosted a regional training course on the standard operating procedures for isotope dilution techniques in infant and young child nutrition status. In 2014, we used stable isotope techniques in order to monitor and assess the vitamin A status of children susceptible to infection. Then in 2016, we developed a national capacity for the evaluation of an iron supplementation program using stable isotope technique. Then in 2020, we embarked on a study that will assess iron bioavailability from Savannah fortified with different iron compounds in children aged 12 to 36 months in Botswana using stable isotopes. I will just give a brief background on stable isotopes, that stable isotopes are variants of chemical elements which differ in neutron number. And deuterium is one of the stable isotopes commonly used for body composition and even for breast milk intake assessment. So this diagram shows different isotopes which have different number of neutrons. Deuterium oxide, as I've said, that is one of the stable isotopes that are mostly used in that we mostly use at NAVTEC. Deuterium oxide is water labeled with 2 hydrogens. There is no radiation hazard associated with deuterium oxide. Deuterium oxide has been used in studies involving humans for over 50 years now. The principle of using stable isotope in assessing body composition, I will briefly explain the principle here. For instance, in the dilution principle, a known amount of tracer, that is a known amount of deuterium, is added to a volume of water of unknown size, that is being ingested. Then the tracer is allowed to mix freely with the water and a sample is then taken. The concentration of the tracer in the sample is then measured and the size of the volume of water can be calculated. So the principle during deuterium dilution, before a known amount of deuterium is ingested, a baseline sample has to be taken. Here, a saliva sample is taken from the subject. Then from there, 30 grams or approximately 30 grams of deuterium is ingested. Then is left to equilibrate for 3 to 4 hours. Then 2 doses are taken at 3 and 4 hours. Then the abundancy is measured. Then total body water is calculated using hydration factors, which can calculate the fat-free mass. Then fat mass is calculated as body water minus fat-free mass. The principle, I've already explained the principle of body composition, of assessing body composition using deuterium. So, but you should note that participants should not eat or drink and they should not undertake any physical activity during the sampling period. The assumption that is being used during the body composition assessment is that deuterium oxide is distributed only in body water. Then the deuterium oxide is equally distributed in all body water compartments, that is sweat, saliva, urine, and human milk. The rate of equilibration of deuterium oxide is rapid. Neither deuterium nor body water is lost during the equilibration time. What is the significance of body composition? One of the best indicators, body composition is one of the best indicators for overall health. It enables sensible decision regarding nutrition and exercise program, because we will know how much fat you have or how much fat you don't have, or how much fat you have to gain or how much fat you have to lose. It's a helpful tool in the nutrition evaluation of nutritional status. Body composition also relates to the morbidity and the mortality. It's related to morbidity and mortality, yes. I will also briefly give an overview of assessing breast milk intake using stable isotope. During assessment of human milk intake and intake of water from other sources other than breast milk is based on two compartment model. That is the mother's total body water and the baby's total body water. The deuterium dose to mother technique. The mother consumes an accurately weighed dose of deuterium. Then the deuterium will mix with the mother's body water, and the baby consumes the deuterium in its mother's milk. So the baby is not given any dose of deuterium, because when you want to measure the exclusivity of breast milk, you only want to measure what the baby gets from the mother. Then the saliva is sampled from the mother and from the baby over 2 weeks. The assumption here is that the deuterium doses equilibrates rapidly and uniformly throughout the body water pool of the mother and the baby. The size of the body water pool in the mother is constant, while for the baby, the pool changes linearly with the time due to growth. All water, regardless of the route of exit, is labeled with deuterium in a proportion to deuterium in the body water pool. Deuterium leaves the system only as water, and water intake by the baby is only by ingestion. Why assess human milk intake? We want to evaluate the efficacy of counseling and education programs on infant feeding. We want to know exactly that when mothers are saying they're exclusively breastfeeding, are they really doing that? We want to evaluate community nutrition supplementation programs for pregnant and lactating women. We want to correlate breast milk intake with infant morbidity, development, and growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mwaketsi. Now it's time for questions. Questions?
Oscar has a question.
Okay, go ahead, Oscar.
Thank you, Mashawa. Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. I'm just wondering if you have any students working on your projects, and if so, from which institutions? Thank you.
I have a question too. Can I ask?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can I ask?
My internet is acting now. I missed Oscar's question.
Okay, now Oscar asked if they train any students.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Mashawa, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I was just saying, I'm interested in knowing if Dr. Mwaketsi is working with any students, and if so, from which institutions? Thank you.
I have a question, Chair.
Go ahead, Prof.
Yes, I'd like to know also, in terms of human capital development, are there human capital development programs? Are there masters and PhD students in partnership with universities? It's related to Dr. Koreba's question. And the other one is, what are the flagship facilities that you have? And what is your dream in terms of the ideal equipment? If there was no limit to budget, what would be your dream in terms of equipment?
Okay, Prof, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
My internet is acting now. I also missed Oscar's question for the second time, but I think I think
the doctor will have heard it, I'm sure.
Yeah, just go ahead, Dr. Mwagizi, and answer the questions. Dr. Mwagizi?
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yes, I'm presenting because we are sharing the same computer with NAFTEC staff through Dr. Motswagole. Stoiki Motswagole, yes. So I think
okay.
Yes.
But
so the first question, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
The first question, whether we have any students on our projects. The fact that I have stated in the first or the second slide that we are on a transition to NADI. Right now, we have all of our projects are on hold, but we are in a process of signing MOUs with different academic institutions in order to bring some students on our projects. So we think because our journey to NADI is it's near. So we are hoping that when we are at NADI, we'll be able to collaborate with local academic institutions. Then the third question on what are the flagship equipments. Right now, some of the equipment that we have at NAFTEC, we have FTIR and the Agilent, the FTIR Agilent equipment. Then there was a question on human capital, but I didn't get it.
No, ma'am, I think you answered it. The question is, how many young people have you trained and developed to leave your premises and change the world?
Yes, our RDC, we did hosted some regional fellowships like from Namibia and Zambia and Eritrea, I think. We did have some regional fellowships coming here for training at NAFTEC. Yeah, Dr. Motswagole will add.
Hello, team. Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to add to the issue on training. Normally, the projects that we have embarked on in the past, they have some short training courses, and where possible, we try to engage our stakeholders as much as possible. We've hosted some regional training courses here at NAFTEC, and we have stakeholders coming, but these are just courses for a week, 1 week or a month. In the case of our own people going to learn about the techniques that were specified in the presentation, we normally have fellowships funded by the IAEA, where we have a colleague going to some institution to learn the technique or to learn the experiences of what those countries have done in relation to the project that we are engaged in. But in future, as Dr. Mwagizi has said, we would want to have MOUs with training institutions such that we can have exchange programs where students can come into NAFTEC and we can train them on the use of stable isotopes in human nutrition research. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any questions? Okay. Thank you, ma'am, Dr. Mwaketi, for that presentation. And now we are going to move on to our last presenter of this session, session number 3, which is Dr. P from University of Botswana. He's going to take us through applied nuclear science and applied nuclear science research at the University of Botswana. Dr. Palon, the floor is yours, sir.
So thank you, Chair. My name is Palalani from the University of Botswana, currently with the Department of Physics under the Faculty of Science. So this is the title of my presentation, Applied Nuclear Science Research at UB. So I'm going to share with you some of the activities that we're engaging in line with this nuclear science research. This is the outline of my presentation. I'll first touch on the motivation and the research and the focus of our research. I will then go on to highlight on some of the activities that we engage on. I'll also touch on the equipment or the relevant equipment that we have and the challenges that we have at the moment. I will also close my presentation with our future plans as a research group. So, the motivation of our research is centered around a number of things. One of them is to fulfill the UB vision and mission, right? Currently, the institution is working towards, advancing the knowledge and understanding through excellence in research and applications. The institution is working towards improving the economic and social development by high impact engagement with the business, the professions, the government, and the civil society. So we feel that our research will contribute significantly in pushing these missions. Secondly, our research is driven by the fact that our country, Botswana, is a mining country. Our economy is based on the mining. So, from the environmental management perspective, as well as the health perspective, we have noticed that there is some limited information, particularly on the radiation, on the environmental radiation monitoring. This information is very critical, especially when there are always mining activities. Right? This is essentially for countries that are actively involved in mining activities, such as ours. So also this information often is necessary for the government decision making, especially when it comes to health-related issues and environmental management issues. But to be specific, this is what we have noticed in terms of the missing or the limited information. We have observed that there is a limited baseline information on the level of natural occurring radioactive materials or elements, such as uranium-238, thorium-232, potassium-40, mostly in the surface and underground drinking water. So the presence of these elements in drinking water is actually not good for our health. Some of these elements or some of the data of these radioactive elements actually lead to the development of cancer if not properly monitored. Also, we have observed that there's a limited baseline information on the level of these norms in the soil, especially in the active agricultural regions in the country. Also, in line with mining, right, we have observed that there's a limited baseline information on the quality of air in the active mining regions in the country. We know that most of our mining areas, we have towns there where there's a lot of population. So the presence of the radon gas as a result of mining can actually be a danger to our health. So there is always a need to actually have full information on how the air there is contaminated. So with this lack of information, our group has decided to venture into this area to try and create some sort of database on this information, with the hope that whatever the outcome will be, the information will be critical or will be helpful in the health sector as well as to our government in general when it comes to decision making. So basically, that's where our research is at the moment. So in order to push this agenda, our research group, which is the Radiation and Health Physics group, is working on that. The group is comprised or is part of the physics department in the Faculty of Science, and it's comprised of around 7 academic staff members with different specialities or different areas of expertise, as we can all see here. So in order to push this agenda or to fulfill these aims or motivations, like I have already indicated, one of my main focus is on the norms in drinking water as well as in the soil samples. So the focus of this particular study is actually to check the level of these radioactive elements, right? Their gross alpha and beta activities, right? This, like I said, in the surface and the underground water, as well as in the soil. So we intend to check their level and see how the level is, Secondly, from these results, we intend to conduct some sort of the health risk assessments, right? So this information we feel, or generally it's always important to people in the health sector, people who make decisions in the environmental management sector. So we feel that our output will be very significant in these areas. So in terms of the area of studies, this is where we'll be focused. Sirule area, the proposed uranium mining area in the country, somewhere in the central part of the country. We also intend to focus in Francistown and the surrounding area, where we see a lot of mining activities taking place, especially the Tati mine or the Mopani gold mine. We also intend to investigate Silibe Pikwe and the surrounding area, where we see a lot of, although the mine is not currently operational, but we do have the copper mine there. And also in these areas, there are some, in terms of population, some of these areas are highly populated. So we want to see the presence, the impact of the presence of these norms in this environment. With regard to this research, Dr. Mashaba, as well as Sibika and Professor MoTE have been the leaders in this research, mainly because of their strong link or collaboration with some university in South Africa, that is Northwest University in South Africa. Of course, other members of the research group are also actively involved. So these are some of the related publications that we have, some of our members of the group have at the moment. Another area of research that we're interested in is the radon monitoring in air. Like I said, you need to check, people need to check, we need to check the quality of the air, especially in the mining region or in the mining areas. So the focus of the study is to measure the radon gas in air, that is to check the quality of the inhaled air, particularly by the mining workers and the local people in the mine vicinity. So we feel that they say actually the need to check the quality of the air for the reasons that I've already mentioned. We intend to conduct the health risk assessment as well, in order to help with decision makers in the health sector as well as the government as a whole. These are the areas of study, almost similar to the previous one. This Rule proposed proposed uranium mining area in the country. We also intend to investigate the mining towns because of the high population, as well as the mining activities that are ongoing in those areas. So also, Professor MoTE have been leading this research together with some members of staff, as well as some postgraduate students. In terms of the output, these are some of the publications that are out there. We have, you can see that we already have the indoor radon monitoring in the region, the Mahalape region. So we have also the indoor and outdoor radon level monitoring in some areas in the country as a function of the time. So these are some of our publications. So in terms of the ongoing research, right? We also have a number of ongoing research in the environmental radioactive monitoring in the country. This includes the assessments of the radioactive content in some riverbank soils in the central district. And this is the status of this research. So most of the stuff in this area, we are still looking at, we're at the result analysis stage. Also, we have the measurement of norms activities in soil samples in this rural area. Similarly, this is the status of the research. We do also have some work that is at the advanced stage. We are working on some papers. This is the assessments of heavy metals and evaluation of radiological hazard in water samples around and proposed uranium mining area, as well as the assessment of natural occurring radioactive materials in the gold mine around the Francistown area. So in terms of the equipment, this is one of the equipment that we have that is relevant to this environmental radioactive monitoring. This equipment, you call it the gamma spectrometer. But at the moment, we have a number of challenges. Currently, it's not operational. Some of its parts need to be actually attended, and we are trying to work on that. Another challenge at the moment is the liquid shortage of the liquid nitrogen, because this machine actually this equipment needs liquid nitrogen for it to operate. So currently the plant that actually generates this liquid nitrogen is also down. So we're trying to see whether it can be solved as well. Another challenge is the lack of the standard calibration sources, but hope is that as we go on, we'll engage some of our local institutions such as RPI to actually help us in terms of this calibration sources. But on the positive side, we have managed to purchase this equipment, which is a multi-channel analyzer. This machine actually works hand in hand with this gamma spectrometer. But the fortunate part about this one is still new and we've tested it's working nicely. So we are hoping that at some point this will come up working and we'll be able to get everything running. But at the moment, like I said, we are still in collaboration with other institutions, mostly outside country. So beside the environmental radioactive monitoring, we also engage in other research, which is the nuclear structure research. So this kind of research, we are actually looking at some of the physics surrounding the nuclear reaction techniques. So these are the nuclear reactions or the techniques that are actually used in the production of radionuclides, that some of them that we normally see being used in hospitals for the treatment of cancers. Our group is also engaged in the gamma ray spectroscopy, where we measure some gamma rays and use that information to try and characterize some radionuclides. This is just a basic nuclear physics, and our main target is the undergraduate students as well as the postgraduate student. So I've been the leading leader in this research, of course, with my colleagues, and we've been fortunate enough to be in collaboration with some guys in Australia, that is the Australian National University, right, through the Department of Nuclear Physics. And these are some of the publications or recent publications that we have in line with this research. So in terms of our plans as a research group, this is what we have projected. Just one is to try and engage more with the local institutions, especially for collaboration. Probably we feel that will help in terms of the equipment that we have or the challenges that we are facing with equipment. We also intend to introduce the postgraduate program, especially in collaboration with some other faculties such as the Faculty of Health Sciences as well as the School of Medicine. We also intend to work towards attracting funding to maintain and so as to maintain and fix some of the equipment that are still that we are still struggling with, or if possible to purchase the equipment. With that, I will say that's all I have for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Repalane, for that wonderful presentation. Okay, now it's time for the questions. Prof. Hillhouse.
Yes, sir. So thank you, Palalani. I thought I'd just tell you, we have a staff member who's just joined us, Dr. Simon Mullins, who is an expert in high-spin physics, and he worked closely with George Akulas, may his soul rest in peace, from the Australian National Lab. So I should link you up quickly so you can get involved in addition to Australia at the Kemba Labs, and you can co-supervise students. So I thought I'd just mention that.
Okay, thanks so much.
Okay, another question? Any question? Okay. Khaburoni. You can go ahead and ask a question. Go ahead, sir, and ask your question.
I think there's also Kotsie.
Kotsie.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Kotsie, and ask your question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I proceed?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yes, I was saying I'm somehow running from Botswana Innovation Hub, running the Office of Tech Transfer. My concern is that we are here on so many forums on science and tech, you know, talking to transitioning from resource-based economy to a knowledge-based economy. But in all our presentations, we don't answer to that. Today, I'm listening to these presentations, Rashika, Repalalani here, putting to us the challenges that they face, you know, in a way of equipment and replacing them or even purchasing them, you know. Rashika talks to the training of graduates at MSc level and PhD level, all of them distributed across the country as employees. My concern is that we are not talking to innovation. We are not talking to inventions. We are not talking to production of new technologies that will translate to employment locally. We are talking to publications that do not help in any way that guy in Tamasani or Mashoro. You know, we are not talking to our local intellectual property or creation thereof. That is my worry. At BIUST, at BITRI, at the BUB, in all these high institutions, NAFTEC, NADI, all of them, they talk to publications, but nothing tangible coming to the table to create an industry, to create jobs and us leading to us to a knowledge-based economy. That is my worry, gentlemen. I think we need to talk seriously to that. Thank you, Chair.
All right.
Can I respond to that? Okay. Yes, I think because we still have more series to come, maybe some of your concerns will be addressed, in my view. Secondly, I think we need to also look into the positive side. The present workshop is mainly to see who is doing what and exactly where we want to head towards. And if you also, in terms of innovation, you find that everything starts from the research side. I think you cannot innovate something without actually starting from the fundamentals, which could be from the science perspective, which could be sitting in the lab, doing some publication, engage with other guys in the outside world there, see what they do. And I think at some point we'll get there, in my view. But I really get your concern. But I think if we sit down, come together, then we can see who should contribute what and when. Maybe these ideas will come up with something that is positive and address most of your concern. Thank you.
Okay. Another question? No one has raised.
Yeah, there's Michelle.
Okay, go ahead, Prof.
No, I see Michelle's hand is up. So I don't know if he wants to ask a question.
No, it will be a mistake. Okay, there's no one.
Okay, no.
Anyone wants to ask a question? Okay. Before I can hand over to the director of ceremonies, I can say on these presentations, we had a long presentation on this session, and many people did not get a chance to ask questions. So I will encourage the presenters to stay online during lunchtime to answer some of these questions. Now, let me hand over to the Director of Ceremonies, Dr. P. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you to all the presenters, including myself as well. I have to thank myself. So I think we have to head for our lunch. We had a kind of a long presentation or a long session. So, but I will encourage our attendees to hang around, and we'll be back at around 13:30 for the session 4. Also, I would also encourage people to take some of the emails for the presentation. So Greg's email, for if they have any question, they can contact all those people who are actually presenting. And I also encourage people to hang around until we come to an end, especially the last part of the session for the day. Thank you. Have your good lunch.
The road to being counted among the best stars with a world-class qualification from Botswana. This is a university that offers world-class education with innovation guided by distinguished academics. To make a lasting mark, you must first be a part of Botswana and let your greatness lie beyond the classroom. Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
The BITRI Center for Material Science is a state-of-the-art facility that provides materials fabrication and characterization to a variety of sectors in Botswana and across the region. The lab provides water and mineral analysis, heavy metal testing in water, elemental analyses of synthesized material, as well as elemental and mineral analysis of geological material including soils and mineral ores. The Center for Material Science serves the mining, construction, water and agricultural sectors, as well as research and academic institutes. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
When you think about learning necessary skills and knowledge, you have to look for a university where dreams become a reality, where students collaborate and harness their knowledge and experience for the nation's food security. Come and register for our world-class programs and turn your hard work and passion into your future career.
Your dreams can come to
Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
We all deserve to breathe clean air wherever we live and work. The Nanomaterials Division at BITRI contributes towards the achievement of this objective by undertaking research and development in filtration technologies. The division's cutting-edge nanofiber membrane is one such technology. With a viral filtration efficiency of over 99.9%, the membrane is the best in its class and can be used to manufacture health masks. The targeted sectors include, but are not limited to, mining, manufacturing, and health. The nanofiber membrane is versatile and can be adopted in other products beyond those in air filtration and is industrially applicable in the energy as well as defense and security industries. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
Well, this position requires someone who can think outside the box.
Well, sir, to answer your question, organic farming in particular has differentiated itself from conventional agriculture by a way of an alternative agricultural practice, which...
Stop right there. So when do you want to start?
Tomorrow.
Your dreams can come to life.
Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
Your dreams can come to life.
The road to being counted among the best stars with a world-class qualification from BIUST. This is a university that offers world-class education with innovation guided by distinguished academics. To make a lasting mark, you must first be a part of BIUST and let your greatness lie beyond the classroom. Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
The BITRI Center for Material Science is a state-of-the-art facility that provides materials fabrication and characterization to a variety of sectors in Botswana and across the region. The lab provides water and mineral analysis, heavy metal testing in water, elemental analyses of synthesized material, as well as elemental and mineral analysis of geological material including soils and mineral ores. The Center for Material Science serves the mining, construction, water and agricultural sectors, as well as research and academic institutes. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
When you think about learning necessary skills and knowledge, you have to look for a university where dreams become a reality, where students collaborate and harness their knowledge and experience for the nation's food security. Come and register for our world-class programs and turn your hard work and passion into your future career.
Your dreams can come to
Botswana
life.
University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
We all deserve to breathe clean air wherever we live and work. The Nanomaterials Division at BITRI contributes towards the achievement of this objective by undertaking research and development in filtration technologies. The division's cutting-edge nanofiber membrane is one such technology. With a viral filtration efficiency of over 99.9%, the membrane is the best in its class and can be used to manufacture health masks. The targeted sectors include, but are not limited to, mining, manufacturing, and health. The nanofiber membrane is versatile and can be adopted in other products beyond those in air filtration and is industrially applicable in the energy as well as defense and security industries. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
Well, this position requires someone who can think outside the box.
Well, sir, to answer your question, organic farming in particular has differentiated itself from conventional agriculture by a way of an alternative agricultural practice.
Which? Stop right there. So when do you want to start?
Tomorrow.
Your dreams can come to life.
Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth. road to being counted among the best stars with a world-class qualification from BIUST. This is a university that offers world-class education with innovation guided by distinguished academics. To make a lasting mark, you must first be a part of BIUST and let your greatness lie beyond the classroom. Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
The BITRI Center for Material Science is a state-of-the-art facility that provides materials fabrication and characterization to a variety of sectors in Botswana and across the region. The lab provides water and mineral analysis, heavy metal testing in water, elemental analyses of synthesized material, as well as elemental and mineral analysis of geological material including soils and mineral ores. The Center for Material Science serves the mining, construction, water and agricultural sectors, as well as research and academic institutes. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
When you think about learning necessary skills and knowledge, you have to look for a university where dreams become a reality, where students collaborate and harness their knowledge and experience for the nation's food security. Come and register for our world-class programs and turn your hard work and passion into your future career.
Your dreams can come to
Botswana
life.
University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
We all deserve to breathe clean air wherever we live and work. The Nanomaterials Division at BITRI contributes towards the achievement of this objective by undertaking research and development in filtration technologies. The division's cutting-edge nanofiber membrane is one such technology. With a viral filtration efficiency of over 99.9%, the membrane is the best in its class and can be used to manufacture health masks. The targeted sectors include, but are not limited to, mining, manufacturing, and health. The nanofiber membrane is versatile and can be adopted in other products beyond those in air filtration and is industrially applicable in the energy as well as defense and security industries. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
Well, this position requires someone who can think outside the box.
Well, sir, to answer your question, organic farming in particular has differentiated itself from conventional agriculture by a way of an alternative agricultural practice, which...
Stop right there. So when do you want to start?
Tomorrow.
Your dreams can come to life.
Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
dreams can come to life.
The road to being counted among the best stars with a world-class qualification from BUAN. This is a university that offers world-class education with innovation guided by distinguished academics. To make a lasting mark, you must first be a part of BUAN and let your greatness lie beyond the classroom. Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
The BITRI Center for Material Science is a state-of-the-art facility that provides materials fabrication and characterization to a variety of sectors in Botswana and across the region. The lab provides water and mineral analysis, heavy metal testing in water, elemental analyses of synthesized material, as well as elemental and mineral analysis of geological material including soils and mineral ores. The Center for Material Science serves the mining, construction, water and agricultural sectors, as well as research and academic institutes. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
When you think about learning necessary skills and knowledge, you have to look for a university where dreams become a reality, where students collaborate and harness their knowledge and experience for the nation's food security. Come and register for our world-class programs and turn your hard work and passion into your future career.
Your dreams can come to
Botswana
life.
University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
We all deserve to breathe clean air wherever we live and work. The Nanomaterials Division at BITRI contributes towards the achievement of this objective by undertaking research and development in filtration technologies. The division's cutting-edge nanofiber membrane is one such technology. With a viral filtration efficiency of over 99.9%, the membrane is the best in its class and can be used to manufacture health masks. The targeted sectors include, but are not limited to, mining, manufacturing, and health. The nanofiber membrane is versatile and can be adopted in other products beyond those in air filtration and is industrially applicable in the energy as well as defense and security industries. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
Well, this position requires someone who can think outside the box.
Well, sir, to answer your question, organic farming in particular has differentiated itself from conventional agriculture by a way of an alternative agricultural practice.
Which? Stop right there. So when do you want to start?
Tomorrow.
Your dreams can come to life.
Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth. The road to being counted among the best stars with a world-class qualification from BUAN. This is a university that offers world-class education with innovation guided by distinguished academics. To make a lasting mark, you must first be a part of BUAN and let your greatness lie beyond the classroom. Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
The BITRI Center for Material Science is a state-of-the-art facility that provides materials fabrication and characterization to a variety of sectors in Botswana and across the region. The lab provides water and mineral analysis, heavy metal testing in water, elemental analyses of synthesized material, as well as elemental and mineral analysis of geological material including soils and mineral ores. The Center for Material Science serves the mining, construction, water and agricultural sectors, as well as research and academic institutes. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
When you think about learning necessary skills and knowledge, you have to look for a university where dreams become a reality, where students collaborate and harness their knowledge and experience for the nation's food security. Come and register for our world-class programs and turn your hard work and passion into your future career.
Your dreams can come to
Botswana
life.
University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
We all deserve to breathe clean air wherever we live and work. The Nanomaterials Division at BITRI contributes towards the achievement of this objective by undertaking research and development in filtration technologies. The division's cutting-edge nanofiber membrane is one such technology. With a viral filtration efficiency of over 99.9%, the membrane is the best in its class and can be used to manufacture health masks. The targeted sectors include, but are not limited to, mining, manufacturing, and health. The nanofiber membrane is versatile and can be adopted in other products beyond those in air filtration and is industrially applicable in the energy as well as defense and security industries. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
Well, this position requires someone who can think outside the box.
Well, sir, to answer your question, organic farming in particular has differentiated itself from conventional agriculture by a way of an alternative agricultural practice, which...
Stop right there. So when do you want to start?
Tomorrow.
Your dreams can come to life.
Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
Your dreams can come to life.
The road to being counted among the best stars with a world-class qualification from BUAN. This is a university that offers world-class education with innovation guided by distinguished academics. To make a lasting mark, you must first be a part of BUAN and let your greatness lie beyond the classroom. Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
The BITRI Center for Material Science is a state-of-the-art facility that provides materials fabrication and characterization to a variety of sectors in Botswana and across the region. The lab provides water and mineral analysis, heavy metal testing in water, elemental analyses of synthesized material, as well as elemental and mineral analysis of geological material including soils and mineral ores. The Center for Material Science serves the mining, construction, water and agricultural sectors, as well as research and academic institutes. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
When you think about learning necessary skills and knowledge, you have to look for a university where dreams become a reality, where students collaborate and harness their knowledge and experience for the nation's food security. Come and register for our world-class programs and turn your hard work and passion into your future career.
Your dreams can come to
Botswana
life.
University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
We all deserve to breathe clean air wherever we live and work. The Nanomaterials Division at BITRI contributes towards the achievement of this objective by undertaking research and development in filtration technologies. The division's cutting
Yes, we have like 2 minutes before we start our session. That is be session 4. Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
All right. So I think I will leave everything to the chair for the session, that is Dr. Kureba from BIUST, to kickstart the session once the time is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you all had good lunch. So now this is session 4 of our workshop. It is on medical applications. And we are going to have our first speaker, Dr. Ralefala, looking at the overview of oncology in Botswana. Before she starts, I would like to encourage all participants to write down their questions in the Q&A section. Thank you. Dr. Ralefala, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Thank you so much for having me at this meeting. I'm Dr. Ralefala, a clinical oncologist by profession, and today I'll just give a brief overview of oncology in Botswana. Oncology is a branch of medicine that deals with diagnosis and treatment of cancer. And cancer itself is a group of diseases with uncontrolled cell growth, with potential to invade or spread to other organs. The cancer burden is increasing globally. And what we see is that there's a disproportionate burden in low middle income countries, including sub-Saharan Africa, where we find ourselves. Low middle income countries are expected to see quite a high increase in the new cases of cancer patients, with about 80% expected between the years 2008 to 2030. If you look at this, it's actually double the rate of what is seen in high income countries. The WHO has projected that 10 and 11 million cancers will be diagnosed each year in low and middle income countries by 2030. We've done so much at this point in time to deal with infectious diseases, but what we now see is that non-communicable diseases are even on the rise, and actually cancer deaths are set to exceed deaths from malaria, TB, and HIV combined. What could be some of the challenges, the reasons for some of these things that we're seeing? It could be limited resources. There may not be enough resources to offer good prevention, screening methods, for instance, or there is lack of human capital, lack of infrastructure in low middle income countries, for instance. There might be cultural perceptions, essentially meaning that some people may not even believe there's cancer in the first place. If they're offered treatment, they may not be able to complete the treatment, or at some point in time, they may not be able to pick up the symptoms and signs earlier. Sometimes you may say that patients will present late for treatment. So it may be that even if some people may have enough infrastructure, for instance, to be able to treat these people, but because of late presentation, mortality is still high. This has definitely then made the fight against cancer to become a global effort to reduce disease burden, promote equity, as well as ensure cancer care is a priority globally. What about what's happening back home here in Botswana? Oncology is a fairly new discipline, probably started around the 2000s, but we've seen some growth over time. Whereas in the time past, we used to refer most of our patients to our neighboring countries, At the moment, we're able to offer quite a lot of services in the country, both in the public sector and in the private sector. Currently in the public sector, we've got access to medical oncology as well as surgical oncology services. We find that we have radiotherapy, medical oncology, surgical, as well as nuclear medicine available in the private sector, among others. We're seeing about 2,000 new cases per year as it is. And what the statistics show is that as far as men are concerned, most of our patients who present with prostate cancer, and as far as women are concerned, most of them will present with cervical cancer as well as breast cancer. This is statistics from the Global Cancer Incidences Botswana 2020 statistics. We're currently also updating our National Cancer Registry. What then have we done to address some of this? I mean, we've formed some strategic partnerships and essentially looking at ways to develop and implement a comprehensive cancer care program. What the country has done at the moment is that it's done a comprehensive needs assessment. So we get a baseline as to where we are at along the continuum of cancer care. Now, using this, we would be developing interventions to interrupt the narrative at each stage. It is good to actually manage cancer patients in such a program so that we can have good use of limited resources in our setting. Some of the partners we have are the WHO, the IA, some institutions of higher learning in and outside the country, some NGOs, for example, and there's quite a few other things we've done with them. I mean, there's been some trainings that have been offered. There has also been projects which have been developed and specifically looking at setting up radiotherapy and nuclear medicine services in the public sector. In all of these things, our thoughts are always that there's a patient or a potential patient that we need to think about, hence the need to have partners both internationally and in the country. Now, one might say, well, then how do we manage cancer? Why is it important for us here as a team that has attended this workshop to even hear about cancer patients in the country? Well, we always say that management of this patient is never a one-man show. Of course, it's multimodality team, multidisciplinary team approach, which always centers everything around the patient first. And of course, after that, we look at the community because this is where the patient is coming from and how they do affects what happens in their respective cases. Now, we also look again and say to manage these patients who need some medical people, of course, there has to be people who will be able to diagnose, for instance, treat the patients, know what to do with them if they have any side effects to any of the treatments, or even be able to assist them in such a way that they may never even develop a cancer in the first place. We also need people like engineers. Somebody was saying to me, oh, but why engineers? And the first thing that came to my mind was, okay, think about it. For instance, as a clinical oncologist, it means that I also do radiotherapy. What it means is there's somebody who has to develop some form of machine for me to be able to treat my patient, for instance. And then again, we also know that, yeah, we always hear we're giving our patients some chemotherapy, or sometimes we're giving them some what we call some targeted therapy. And then there are also biologists in places, chemists in places, even in the medical field, who look at all these cancer development pathways and can actually develop drugs that can stop disease from growing. So this clearly then shows us that we all need to come together and join the fight against cancer, because it is definitely quite possible to do that. Now, this is just a slide to show that there is quite a lot happening, yes, internationally. And what we're looking at is that globally, in every setting, we don't want to see any cancer patient not being able to receive treatment. We don't want to see any person developing a cancer in the first place, which could have been prevented. And we also don't want to have any other person who is not able to get treatment because maybe they don't even have the money to be able to spend on some of this medication or some of these treatments that we offer. So the slide here is just from UICC, and the work that they're doing is essentially just to promote and encourage leadership growth globally to fight cancer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doc, for your presentation. For now, before I invite questions from Dr. Ralifala, the next speaker is scheduled to talk about oncology services. So he prefers to add on to what Dr. Ralifala has just said. Then afterwards, I'll invite questions. So may you kindly hold on to your questions for now, while I invite Dr. Chiapo to the floor. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Sabatu Chiapo. I'm a clinical oncologist consultant at
Good
GPH.
day, ladies and gentlemen.
No, don't play it.
Please. All right, sorry for the mix-up. Dr. Chiapo, you can continue.
Oh, no problem. Hi, my name is Dr. Sabatu Chiapo. I'm a clinical oncologist consultant working at Gaborone Private Hospital and the current head of department at the Oncology Center this side. Thank you, Dr. Alefala, for the presentation. I think she has covered all the basics of the oncology services in Botswana. But what I can say now is the oncology services in Botswana is still quite at an infancy stage. It is still quite young, and it is growing. We are seeing quite a lot of patients. Our numbers of patients are increasing as compared to the earlier years. And also, like Dr. Ralefala has said, our treatment options and what we can offer to our patient has also improved over the last few years. And also, like she has said, there are quite a lot of things coming up in the pipeline, which hopefully we expect that we'll see quite a lot of developments in the country as a whole, as far as oncology services are concerned, that being the establishment of the state center at the Kisegi Pimile Masire Teaching Hospital, and also other things which are in the pipeline, which we believe that in the next few years or so, the care that we give to our clients will be that of quite high standards. And we want to believe that we are going somewhere as an oncology fraternity in Botswana. But as far as what is happening in the country, I believe she has covered most of the things. But if there are any questions directed, I can always take them.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Chiapo. Now I invite questions from the floor to both Dr. Ralifala and Dr. Chiapo. Any questions or comments?
I have a question, Chair.
Okay, great.
Yeah, just to mention, because it's two presentations in one, we have time until past 2. So we should use this session to really discuss things and so on. So I saw there my good friend and colleague, Dr. Morrison Simbula, who's a consultant to the Ministry of Health and Wellness, he mentioned preventative care is really what's important. My question is, of course, that's what we should do. The reality is we have a problem with cancer in Botswana, and we can't keep on sending people to South Africa. So my question to Dr. Alefala is, what, because everyone's saying it's in the infancy, but cancer therapy all over in many places has been around for decades. So what is it that we must do, and why have we not done it? And what is preventing us from not having all those bunkers in the teaching hospital filled with state-of-the-art equipment and people jetting in and out for medical tourism? So that's my question, maybe to Dr. Ralefala and Dr. Chiapo. They can both unmute and answer. And Dr. Simbula is there too.
Okay, thank you, Greg, for your question. Let me take the next question before they answer. Richard. Richard, your hand is up.
Oh yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Doc. I just wanted to ask Dr. Ralefala on this last slide that she showed. I think it was a slide that was loaded with a lot of answers, but maybe she needed to elaborate on what that slide is all about. But my question was, what else is UICC doing in terms of cancer management and treatment, apart from the leadership program that she mentions that they do? Probably should elaborate more on their services, especially regionally, looking at Botswana specifically. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. We have another question from Tonic. Tonic Mutsahomo. Okay, maybe while Tonic is preparing, let's try and answer these 3 questions. I don't know if you got the questions, Dr. Chiapo and Dr. Ralefala, or should I repeat them for you?
I think I got the questions, but I'll probably leave some of them to Dr. Ralefala to answer, since some of them were specific to her. But yes, if we look currently, let me say, from around maybe around 2012, 2013, 2014, the numbers of referrals to South Africa for oncology cases have decreased quite significantly. I think also Dr. Sinfula is in the panel. He will probably also allude to that. I don't think in a given year at this point we send more than 15, 20 patients to South Africa for oncology, because most of the things we can do in the country at this point, the only services that we are still, a lot of patients are being sent is for hematology cases, which are leukemias, but they are also now doing a lot of things also in the country. So at this point, currently in Gaborone Private Hospital, the machine that we have, it's a high spectrum end machine, which can do almost all the techniques that we do in oncology. The other thing that we are still sending patients for, there are those few patients that when we see them, we feel they probably need, there are different techniques in oncology. We have what you call 3D conformal radiotherapy. And then we have other things like IMRT, VMET, and all those, which the idea when you give radiotherapy is you are trying to give more dose and while sparing more of the normal tissue. So the IMRT and that one we currently don't have in Botswana, but our machine can do that in GPH. And we are actually in the process of commissioning IMRT. So hopefully by the end of this year or early next year, we should be able to do IMRT and VMET in Botswana. And I don't think there will be any need to send patients to South Africa for that anymore. So there are a lot of things happening in the country. And also we just recently installed a new brachytherapy suite, new brachytherapy machine, in GPH, which is a Flextron machine, which is also a high-end tech machine, which can do almost everything. So hopefully also in the quite near future, we should be able to do other things like prostate brachy and other kind of brachytherapy treatments that we have not been doing in Botswana. So there are a lot of things happening in Botswana, which I don't think in the next few years, there will be any need to send patients to South Africa.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Alifal. The questions were, if you could clarify on the last slide what it is all about. Dr. Alifal, are you there?
Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much for the question. So basically what the slide is trying to portray is that cancer management is a global effort that definitely needs collaboration both in-house and internationally. Now, the people I showed there is the UICC 2021 cohort of young professionals who care for cancer patients. But if you look at the people there, you would find that there are some who are more interested in the financing of cancer. Some are patient advocates, for instance. Some are truly clinical. Some are more into research. Some are pharmacists. So by putting it there, I'm just showing that even all the other international bodies and even us in-house can actually come together to serve the one patient in a better way.
Thank you so much. Okay, we still have ample time for more questions or comments. So now I'm going to get Dr. Palalani, followed by Dr. Nkwe, because your hands are up. Thank you.
Dr. Senvula.
Oh, okay, thank you, Chair. Mine is a small question in terms of the causes of cancer locally. I mean, if you have any statistics in line with that?
Okay.
The most dominant one, yeah. Thanks.
Let's take Dr. Nkwe's question before we get answers. David.
Hello?
Okay, so.
Hello, Oscar.
Yes, Dr. Nkwe, we can hear you. You can go ahead with your question.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. My question is a very short one. Currently, I'm not aware of any active research in the biology of cancer in Botswana. So I just wanted the two speakers to comment if there are any deliberate efforts by their institutions to engage different stakeholders to actually carry out research in this field.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to Dr. Morrison Senvula before we get answers from our presenters.
Okay, can you hear me, Oscar?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. Perhaps let me just try and attempt to answer the questions that Greg asked.
Okay.
That we built a state-of-the-art hospital called Segitumile Masire at the University of Botswana. Within that hospital, we will have, once we are completely operational, a full oncology suite, including radiation oncology. What happened, as most government projects usually do, what happened is there was some discoordination in the building of the hospital, and the bunkers. These are the rooms where this high radiation equipment is going to be, were not properly built. We are currently
working with IAEA to redesign those and then equip them with appropriate equipment. And this should, I believe it should take us the next year or so, and then Sekitumile Masire will be fully operational. One of the things that delayed us was also recruitment. Whenever you come up with such a hospital, like Dr. Alifala has already mentioned, you also have to be working with other professionals. So recruitment of radiation physicists was left behind. Just over a month ago, we hired a radiation physicist at Sekitumile Masire. We have another one who was trained through IAEA, and we've got a consultant who has just been recruited by Sekitumile Masire Hospital, and these are the people who are going to help work with IAEA and the Ministry of Health to redesign those bunkers so that they are safe and for managing cancers at Sekitumile Masire Hospital. Thank you. I don't know whether my colleagues want to add to that in their answers.
Thank you, Dr. Simvula, Dr. Alifala, and Dr. Chiapo. Do you have further comments?
Not what Dr. Simvula said.
Okay, if not, then may you please answer the other two questions outstanding. The causes of cancer. And do you perhaps have a map of the cancer occurrences in the country? And what do you think could be the cause? Could it be radiation related?
Right. Like Dr. Alifala has given you the common cancers that we see in our country there, where you have cancers like cervical cancer, Kaposi sarcoma, prostate cancer. So the common cancers that we have in Botswana. The truth is, the causes of cancer are multifactorial. So we can't really point to one thing and say this is what caused the cancer. We know in our population that we have got high incidences of HIV, which also we know that cancers like cancers of the cervix, Kaposi sarcoma, vulvar cancers, cancers of the head and neck, some of them, it's highly associated with HIV, but the causes of cancer, it's multifactorial. But also we know that all countries like Botswana, most of the countries are becoming more westernized. There's quite a lot of changes in diet. There's a lot of people, we don't exercise, we don't eat well, the smoking, drinking irresponsibly, all those things they are associated with increased incidences of cancer. And also in Botswana, we know that we do have quite a lot of the problems with smoking, drinking, sedentary lifestyles, obesity, HIV. We have those problems in the country. And with those problems, of course, we will also have an increasing incidence of cancer. But we can't point out to one thing and say this is the single most common factor that we have in our country that is causing cancer. It's multifactorial. I'm not sure if there was another question, which I can't remember, but there was another question. I'll also leave Dr. Alifala to comment on that one.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chiapo. So, Dr. Alifala, do you have any further comments?
No, but I'll answer the last question. I mean, Dr. Chiapo has clearly said everything concerning cancer causes. But there was a question, I think, that spoke to research being done in the country on different kinds of malignancies. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you. Yes, there was a question on cancer research. Yeah.
there is actually work that's ongoing, and it's been happening for quite a while now. I know of groups affiliated with UB who are doing quite a lot of work, and other institutions who are doing quite a lot of work in cervical cancer, for instance, and also things like breast cancer. And yes, we do make affiliate with other institutions to look at other different cancers in the country. But most of the time, what we're doing is looking at the common cancers in our country, really with the aim to better improve patient outcomes with any form of treatment that we're giving.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Alefala. We still have 10 minutes. So I have a question myself. I just want to find out from you guys, how affordable is this treatment? Can anyone just walk into your hospital and seek treatment and afford it? And yeah, that kind of stuff. How affordable is it? Thank you.
Cancer care is very expensive. Mostly, usually when you talk about cancer care, because we also manage cancers depending on what kind of cancer is it, what stage is in. So most of the time we emphasize things like awareness, early detection, because most of the time when cancers are caught early, they are quite easily curable, and also the expense is less. But once now we start having advanced cancers, so the more you need treatment, then the more expensive it becomes. For example, if we treat one patient, let's say cancer of the cervix, so by the time the patient finishes the investigations, all those things up until they finish radiotherapy, you have probably spent over 200,000 pula on that person alone. And some chemotherapies, for example, some people have to be on chemotherapy tablets like every day for a month. And it might even be about close to 40,000 or so a month. And also, it depends on what treatment you're looking at. And some treatments for some patients, if they have to be sent maybe to India for bone marrow transplant also, you may be looking at over $1 million spent on one patient. So cancer patient, it's very expensive. It needs to be coordinated properly, so that we can try to reduce all those expenses. But cancer care is very expensive.
Okay, thank you. So I think, Richard, we couldn't get you earlier on. You may ask a question now. Richard Matengu.
Thank you, Doc. I know earlier on there were presentations from BIUST and UB showing that they are really concerned of the uranium ore that the country intends to mine in the area of Sirule. So I just wanted to know if there are any plans from our oncologist experts to really understand the trends of the cancer burden disease in that area, whether there's any correlation between the natural radioactive elements that the two universities are trying to study in the environment and their impacts into the community within the Surule and the neighboring villages, whether they have interest in really knowing the cancer burden in that area. If yes, how far have they gone? If there's that study, probably even Dr. Simbola could add something in terms of Ministry of Health plans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Let me take the last two questions because I see there are two hands up before doctors respond to your question. I'll start with Professor Hillhouse.
Yeah, thank you, Oscar. So I wanted to know, is there a directed program where we aim at training young people in Botswana for this, to use these facilities that we envisage? My guess is there's probably not, but it would be great if UB, BIUST could work together, cover various aspects, and we train those engineers, and we train those physicists, and there's data science involved. And then the other question was to capitalize on Botswana's uniqueness in terms of one of the most stable countries, good governance, and all these nice things. Isn't there some way we could capitalize on medical tourism? In other words, we don't have many cancer patients here, but nor does Switzerland have cocoa beans, but yet they are a massive producer of chocolate. Singapore imports sand, yet they're driving a knowledge economy. Can't we do something similar in Botswana for the world, medical tourism, Okavango Delta, and we have the knowledge here to address many of these problems.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Last question from Dr. Nkwe.
This is just a follow-up to the responses that were given by the two doctors. I don't think my question was sufficiently answered. I wanted to appreciate what exactly is being done to promote basic science research. I know there could be some studies where they are looking at the incidence or prevalence of cancer in the country. But I just want to appreciate what exactly is being done, because sometimes we tend to ignore or to overlook doing basic science research, and that is ultimately what could advise even the kind of therapies that we would need as a country. Because I want to believe that although cancer is multifactorial, like Dr. Chiapo mentioned earlier, but if we do not know exactly what could be the underlying causes of cancer in our environment, by doing basic science research, we may not be able to address the condition at that level. So I just want to know what are they doing? Are they motivating for the establishment of maybe the Cancer Institute in one of the universities, because they have the statistics in terms of the number of cases, and they are probably better positioned to actually motivate even the government to say we need such institutions that can be able to carry out basic science research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nkwe. Now, the three doctors, you have about 5 minutes to respond to all those questions. Thank you.
Can I start?
Okay, yes, Dr. Morrison.
Yeah, the last speaker, in a nutshell, other than clinical research here and there's no targeted research at the moment on the basic sciences. It's a very good thing, and I'm glad he came up with that. It's also connected to, I don't know whether he's the same guy who talked on, it was Shamukuni, who talked about uranium ore that is going to be mined around Serule. I would probably advise government as part of the environmental impact assessment to come up with a list of cancers within that area and see whether those compare either favorably or unfavorably to the other regions of Botswana. Before I even start, what we do know, I mean, at least, I mean, I like women, and this is where I chose to work, looking after women. And what I do know is that within that area, anecdotally, we tend to see certain diseases, a lot of, for example, gestational trophoblastic illnesses, and some of these could also become cancerous. I would I would encourage my younger colleagues to look into that and really study and advise government accordingly. Money isn't everything. The Professor Hillhouse also asked about training, whether we could be looking into training certain young people in these fields. I think that's also a very good idea. At the moment, there isn't such targeted training. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Morrison, for such a comprehensive response. We are left with just 1 minute, so I think, unfortunately, I have to close it here and move on to the next speaker.
Lina.
Our next speaker is... may you please kindly mute your mics after talking. So our next speaker is Mrs. Fulu. Kenneth, please. Thank you. So Mrs. Fulu will be looking at radiotherapy technology. Over to you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kuhle Fulu. I'm a medical physicist. I'm going to discuss about the radiotherapy technology. That is, I'll be discussing at length the kind of equipment that we expect to find in an ideal radiotherapy clinic or department. My purpose is that at the end of this discussion, when we're talking about the radiotherapy department, an individual has to understand the kind of equipment that they expect to find. We've got the major equipment, associated equipment, and ancillary equipment that we can find in the radiotherapy department. I'll start with the major equipment. Commonly, everybody knows this, the issue of the LINAC and the Cobalt 60. Those are the main machines that we expect to find, or for us to say we have a radiotherapy department. We expect to be having a LINAC, we expect to be having either a Cobalt, and we have the brachytherapy or orthovoltage X-ray units. Often there's usually debates in the department as to whether they should have a linear accelerator or a Cobalt 60. And they can have additional to this, to either of these two, they can have a brachytherapy unit. This can also either be the Cobalt 61 or the Iridium 192. There are reasons which usually determine what kind of unit each department can opt to have. Also, other than the major equipment, we also have the associated equipment. This we're talking about the conventional simulator, that is for people still having the 2D kind of setup, and we also have a CT simulator where now we are having the departments that have like 3D kind of planning. They have in the likes of IMRT, VMS technology in their setups. And we also have the C-arm fluoroscopy X-ray unit, often like in the department that I've worked in. This is found usually in the brachytherapy unit. We also have the ultrasound imaging system that is usually for image guided techniques. Additional to the associated equipment, in the radiotherapy department, it is also normal to find, or should I say, it is expected to find the planning station. And here we're talking of the TPS, the treatment planning systems, which I'll later in the discussion show images of, or rather explain in detail. We also have the information management softwares, which we have also images, or rather the examples of such systems, which I'll explain during the presentation. We also have the ancillary, or rather, should I say, additional equipment in addition to the rest that I've just said. This we're talking of items such as the patient immobilizing equipment, the mold room, which is currently we're talking of the machine room where actually we do the kind of the cutouts. And we also have the dosimetry and quality control equipment, that is usually the devices under the utilization of the medical physicist. We also have the radiation safety equipment. Now, giving an idea or rather images of this major equipment that I was talking about. We also have the linear accelerator here. I've used the VESA HD as an example, not that I am marketing one. It is the one that we're having in the country under the GPH Life Healthcare Department. And behind this fancy equipment that we are seeing, the one in blue, you have the actual machine room. That is the ugly side, which most people usually do not come to know of. They just end up here knowing that it's one fancy equipment, but there is the driving force behind all this fancy equipment to the generation of the actual megavoltage X-rays that we use for treatment. When you look at this machine, the linear accelerator, which is being housed in the country at Life Healthcare in GPH, you find that this is the VESA HD, is one of the trending kind of the top of the range modalities that they have from Electa. After this, there is the Harmony. Yes. When you look at this image, this is where actually your radiation will be coming from. And on the side there, on the right side, we have the cone beam CT, and that is the panel, the detector that is used for imaging. And this will have this, we'll say we've got the X-ray set, and vertically opposite to the head of the LINAC, there is a panel here, which is also a detector that is for megavoltage imaging. So under the LINAC accelerator, that is what we're having. And an option to the LINAC, other facilities, they opt for the cobalt-60 teletherapy unit. This is being fed by different reasons to say, why did you opt for a cobalt versus a LINAC? But the current topic is what technology, what kind of equipment is either you've got the linear accelerator or you have the cobalt-60. Additional to the two that I've just listed, you can also have, and under the ideal, you'll have either of the two, the cobalt or the linear accelerator, and you will have the brachytherapy afterloader. Under the brachytherapy afterloader, here I've put in the Flexitron, which is the new machine which was just acquired by the GPH. And on this right side, we've got the console, that is the actually the unit that is used to drive this brachytherapy machine. Other than the brachytherapy, we also have the ortho voltage. This is where we are using like from 50 to about 500 to 100 to 500 kilovoltage for treating of the superficial lesions. And the topic, somebody can ask, are we still having this technology in this era? Yes, we're having this technology. I'll discuss later to say, is it still important? Yes, others, they argue that you cannot do without this. Others argue to say, with the current mode of technology, you can live without this. That is a topic for another day, but these are the kind of technologies that we do have in the radiotherapy department. We also have the treatment planning hardware. For example, this is where actually we would say the heart of the radiotherapy center. After you have got all this CTs, the patient is here. Now, how are we going to treat this patient? This lesion that we have, how are we going to hit it with our radiation? We have to delineate to say this is our actual tumor that we are looking into, and these are the organs at risk that we intend to spare. And then how do we achieve that? We have to be having a treatment planning system. We've got different ones. You can have the Monarch, or you can have the Ray Station, depending on your appetite or your need and your budget, which we shall discuss later. So we do have the treatment planning station. And then we have the imaging equipment. Under the imaging equipment, I've got phases of the best practice radiotherapy processes. That is, under the ideal, you expect a department to be having this, but due to certain limitations and reasons, we have only those which have like the basic, but under the ideal, it would be nice to have all this. And then this imaging equipment, I've fragmented them to their use. For example, we have the CT, MRI, PET, and the SPECT, which are used at the diagnosis and the staging phase. And then we have the treatment simulation where we are using the CT, and we have the treatment planning, which I just discussed. We can have CT, MRI, PET, and SPECT. And usually those who use a combination of all this, they usually do this and they fuse all these images in their treatment planning. But it is okay for a unit to just have CT modality for their treatment planning. And then we have treatment and localization. This is now when you are in the treatment machine. Like I explained to you when I was showing you the image of the linear accelerator, where we have the VESA HD, which has got a combination of the cone beam CT and the MV for imaging, that is for image guided radiotherapy. And another phase is the treatment delivery. We also have lasers which we are using. We have the fluoro, we have the actual CT, and then for follow-up, we can have the CT, MR, PET, and SPECT being used to assess the response rate of the patient to the ultimate treatment that we wanted to give. Now, after I've just shared with you all the kind of equipment that we expect to have in the radiotherapy, the question is, what equipment do I buy in my facility, or should we expect in a facility? There are factors which will influence what equipment you're going to buy. For example, the National Cancer Control Plan and the strategies. Here we're going to look at the demographics to say, what are we actually having in our country? What is the cancer phase in Botswana? To say, now that we know that we have this kind of cancers, it means we can buy this kind of equipment, which will help us to address the kind of cancers that we're having. And the other factor that determines what equipment you buy is the availability of infrastructure. The infrastructure, can it contain that which you desire to house? And the other factor is the availability of specialized health workforce. For example, if you desire to go SRS, like stereotactic radiosurgery, do you have the health care workers who can do such techniques? If you're going to choose, we want a harmony that has got features which allow us to do VMAT, IMRT. Do I have the staff in the personnel that can deliver on that? And the last factor that I would like to discuss is the availability of the available budget. Do we have enough funds to buy that which we desire to have? Usually, most people, they desire to have the best, but do we have the funds to buy the best? Usually, it's the funds that ultimately determine what kind of equipment you're going to have. So in a nutshell, that is all about the equipment in the radiotherapy department and what actually will feed into say, what kind of equipment can I buy? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If there are questions, we shall be ready to take them.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Fulu, for such an excellent presentation. Before I invite questions from the participants, maybe let me take advantage and ask you my first question. I see you have so much state-of-the-art equipment, and I'm sure a lot of people are surprised that this is actually in Botswana. My question is, what sort of support is there for poor people who cannot afford this cancer treatment? We heard in the previous presentation that it can go up to millions of pullers. Is there any sort of support that's given to people from poor communities? Thank you. And then I invite other questions before you respond. Any other questions or comments? Please raise your hand. Okay, so Greg, always itching to ask questions. Please go ahead. Thank you.
No, the question is the human capital development question. So I sound like a record that's stuck, but you know, okay. As Oscar said, GPH has excellent facilities. So the thing is, you know, people who don't have money, do they have access? And what is GPH doing about building capacity in Botswana? In addition to making money, how are we developing young people in this space to use this equipment? Engineers, doctors, physicists, As you know, the CT scan was invented by a physicist from the University of Cape Town, Cormac. So you need physicists at GPH.
Okay, thank you. Next question from Adolf Botswana. Adolf.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. May I proceed? Hello, Kute. Can you hear me?
Yes, Adolf, but you're breaking a bit. You can go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, I just wanted to ask Fule if Botswana has enough medical physicists. If that's not the case, why did that have unemployed medical physicists? I'm one of the trained medical physicists under IAEA fellowship, and the fellowship was meant for radiotherapy in Botswana, and I'm still not engaged. So I'm wondering if there's any reason why we still have unemployed medical physicists, because medical physics is key. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next question from Paco.
Thank you very much for such a wonderful presentation. My question, can you kindly hear me quickly? Hello?
I can hear you, so she probably can.
Okay, the question is all this equipment, we have engineers or people who can maintain them in terms when they are broken? I want to know if this equipment we can have engineers who are there to assist in terms of when they are down, they are broken. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me get the last question from Tokmo.
Thank you so much, Kuke, for such a wonderful presentation. I think mine will not be a question, but just to highlight some of the things that she hinted on, that she put on her talk. Of course, all this infrastructure that she talked about, some of it is available in Botswana. And as a hospital, we remain ready to engage even with the government sector in trying to treat most of these cancers who are referred to us on a guarantee basis. So we have that working arrangement for those people that cannot pay, that is in place, and it has been going on as a public-private partnership for some time. So that is in place. In terms of how we are helping to develop those that use the equipment in Botswana, we do sometimes have interns coming. Over the past years, we have received some interns, even from the University of Botswana, who came on a 2-month rotational basis just to see what we do. But we would have hoped maybe in that program, they would have included some clinical aspects so that at least whatever they see here, they can carry on with that during their studies. That would be my comment.
Oh, thank you very much for answering most of the questions, if not all. I don't know if there's any remaining question that wasn't answered. Kuhle, do you have any further comments?
As Dr. Chiapo, unfortunately, Kuhle had to go to an emergency meeting.
Oh,
so
okay.
She's not available to take the questions, but I would answer some of the questions which were posed.
Okay, thank you.
Right, the last question was to do with support for equipment maintenance. At this point, we only have one radiotherapy machine in the country, one brachytherapy machine in the country. So most of the engineers who will maintain these machines, you will not have anyone in country, trained in country, if you only have got one machine. So it becomes difficult to have the engineers based in your country if you don't have a lot of the equipment you need. But our machines at the moment are maintained by the engineers in South Africa. And most of the time, if the machine is down, we are able to get them sometimes even the same day or the next day. The only challenge that we had was during the COVID time, when there was the borders were closed, there was travel restrictions. At that point, the machine was down. And unfortunately, we couldn't get an engineer for either the brachytherapy machine or for the LINAC machine. So we actually had a downtime machine, a very significant downtime for the machine, which was actually even more than a month. The other one, I think it even went up to close to 2 months. But during the times when the borders are open, we usually don't have any problems with maintaining the machines. But the good thing, of course, is that if the University of Botswana is going to, at the University of Botswana, when we have more machines, then it's going to be easier to have a bargaining voice so that we can either have an engineer in the country, based in the country, who can maintain all our machines in the country. And also it will be easier to have people trained in-house to be able to maintain the machine. So usually if you only have got one equipment, it becomes difficult to even bargain with the suppliers of the machine. But as far as maintaining our...
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chiapo. Maybe can you comment on
and then
one of the questions? Sorry.
I think Mr. TK did answer some of the questions on what we do with what we do, how if the treatment is affordable, those who don't afford it, what happens. At this point, the government actually pays for most of the cancer patients. Those who are on medical aid, the medical aid do pay what they have to pay. But like I said, cancer is expensive. So even those on medical aid, they end up going to the government to assist them with the treatment. So as it is, I think we can safely say that the government is actually incurring most of the cost concerned for treatment of cancer-related issues. In GPH, like Mr. TK has already said, we do, our doors are open. We have always invited people to come over, either to do their rotations or anything. So as long as there is an arrangement, we can always make an arrangement. Even myself, before I worked in GPH, I was the head of department in Princess Marina. So there was an arrangement with the government that I come to GPH at least 3 times a week so that I don't lose the skill. So that arrangement is there. It can be made if need be. But the issue of, and the other question was about, is there enough medical physics in Botswana? I'm not sure if I'm comfortable enough to answer that one, but at this point, the only thing is, I don't think there are enough facilities to cater for all the medical physicists that we have in the country.
Okay, thank you so much for such a comprehensive response. I think all questions have been answered. Now we move on to the next presentation by Dr. Malan.
Sorry, Oscar. Can I chip in? Can I chip in a bit? I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Kekonne Baipuledi, the Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Science and Technology. Welcome you, sir, to these presentations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Palalani.
Yeah.
So our next speaker is Dr. Malan, who is going to talk about nuclear medicine in Botswana. Dr. Malan, the floor is now yours.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Malan, and thanks so much for the opportunity to present. Prior to 2018, there was no functioning nuclear medicine department in Botswana, and patients had to travel to South Africa or to Namibia at great cost and at great inconvenience. And in the latter part of 2018, we started the nuclear service, Gaborone, and we started the clinic at Lenmetleboko Mosa Private Hospital in Gaborone. I'll show you some slides of the department. On the first slide is the gamma camera where we scan the patients. It's in a single head SPECT system, and Yes, our like state-of-the-art like hot lab where we prepare the like radiopharmaceuticals. In Botswana, we offer like most of the standard like nuclear medicine services, including bone scans, infection imaging, lymphoscintigraphy, thyroid scans, parathyroid scans, somatostatin receptor imaging, lung perfusion scans, cardiac scans, Muga scans, renal scans, and sundry. So what is nuclear medicine? In nuclear medicine, we perform a functional or physiological imaging. So we look at the function rather than just anatomy, which is more attributed to the radiology. So we prepare a certain radiopharmaceutical which is specific for the type of scan that we will be performing. This is then injected or like inhaled or swallowed, depending on what scan you are performing. The patient then becomes the radioactive subject and is then like scanned, and the like emission from the radioisotope is then picked up, and then like images are formed. So we injected MDP for a bone scan, system maybe for a cardiac scan, HMPAO for a brain scan, and the last image is to show you where we fuse the functional images with the anatomical images, and we have then the best of both worlds. So why are these images necessary? It's for the diagnosis of certain diseases, right, to assist in staging of diseases, in response or follow-up of treatment, and it ultimately allow the treating doctor to better assess and to treat his or her patients better, and ultimately impacts on health economics and the health care of the population. So we are not just a diagnostic specialty, we are also a therapeutic specialty, and we do treat certain benign and malignant diseases with radioisotopes. For instance, the Graves' disease, where the thyroid is hyperactive, and thyroid carcinomas or cancers, and then certain neuroendocrine cancers. So, as an example, these patients would all have similar blood results, and the clinical assessment would be very difficult to sort of absolutely differentiate between what is the actual disease of the patient. And by performing a radioactive thyroid scan, we can assist to differentiate between the various pathologies. I'm also showing a bone scan of widespread osteoblastic metastases, and it is specifically like used in prostate carcinoma, breast carcinoma, like bladder, lung, and like others. The advantage of the bone scan is that we perform whole body like images. It's the same radiation dose, and you just need 15% change in the bone composition to actually pick up pathology, whereas you would require approximately 50% mineral content change is on a like X-ray or a plain film to appreciate the same pathology, which means that a bone scan is exquisitely sensitive. So what are the opportunities in Botswana? Well, SPECT-CT, a PET-CT, and then targeted therapies. So SPECT-CT and PET-CT combine anatomy and function. So by like way of an example is on your planar bone scan, you may appreciate a focal abnormal uptake in the L5 like S1 region over here. It's also seen here, and on the SPECT images it is seen here. So it is most likely facet joint arthropathy. But with the combined fused images, you can say for certain, that abnormal uptake is related to degeneration and reactive response of the lower lumbar facet joint. So we are currently performing targeted therapy for a hyperactive thyroid disease, and it is a well organized machine. It is low dose iodine that we administer, and these patients typically don't need admission to hospital. The treatment of thyroid cancer requires larger doses of radioactive iodine, which then also requires a certain legal requirements. And I am pleased to announce that the building of the treatment facility at Bokamoso is well underway and should soon be finished.
Okay, is that the end, or am I the only one who lost sound?
It's the end there.
It's the end. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Malan, for your presentation. I now invite questions from the floor. Any questions or comments? They don't have to be questions, they can be comments. So no questions. We have about 8 minutes for questions. Okay, maybe let me be the first one to ask. Dr. Malan, the same question that we've been asking almost every other presenter. You presented all this excellent stuff, and what we are interested in knowing is whether you have any students on board. If you do, from which institutions? Thank you.
It's a very small field, nuclear medicine. So yes, I am aware that the IEA is currently training doctors. Unfortunately, we have got only one nuclear technologist well, in the whole of Botswana. We are trying to recruit yes, additional students in that field, because what happens, and it's not a sort of a theoretical situation. Mr. Mayeze is our technologist, and like earlier years in the here, he was sick from COVID, and the whole like service like stood still because there was no one to scan. So we are like investigating and sort of like encouraging like students to sort of train in this field.
Okay, thank you so much for your response. There's a comment in the question and answer section. Dr. Chiapo says his mic is mute. Maybe he needs to say something. Kenneth, may you please assist in unmuting Dr. Chiapo? While we wait for that, Greg, you have a question. Please go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing, Oscar. The important thing is sustainable human capital development. So it's very important that we develop the programs in SADC. We don't want to send guys to Vienna and all over the world. We must develop the programs here. The DPS will say the knowledge economy must be here. So it's very important that the private hospitals work closely with universities, that we have the programs here. Because in the past, people would go to Wits, Stellenbosch. Those days are over. We need it to happen here. It must happen in Botswana. And so we plead with the private hospitals and the public that engage with universities. Let us develop programs together that are accredited not just by BQA, but internationally. And then we build the capacity. If someone is sick, there are 3 other people on standby, and we need sustainable human capital development. So it's just my comment and plea.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Hillhouse, for your comments. Any other comments or questions? Okay, so Dr. Chiapo's mic is now okay. You can go ahead and pass your comments or ask your question.
That was actually earlier on when my mic had muted.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, but that may be, I thank Dr. Malan for the beautiful presentation. I think like nuclear medicine or nuclear services, it's one of the newer facilities that we have now in the country, which we are starting to really utilize. So I still believe that we are actually going somewhere, and I completely agree with Prof that we in the private, we need to collaborate with other facilities, with universities, with the government, because at the end of the day, it's about us as a country, developing us as a country, because the truth is we will have a lot of professionals coming in and coming out, but it's up to us in the country to develop what we have in the country, and it's up to us to take us where we want us to be. So I completely agree with that, and we will also look at it on how much more we can collaborate, because at this point we are already collaborating with other universities close by. We are already working with the government. So, but I think there is always room for improvement, and I think we can still do more from what we are already doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chiapo. There's another question or comment from Dr. Malan, then Dr. Nkwe. Thank you.
Well, thanks for the opportunity. Yes, I just want to. Yes, I saw the previous presentations of the sort of like magnitude of the cancer problem is in Botswana, and what I would really like to do is to implore the clinicians to really utilize the services that are provider is in Botswana. Yes, I just want to sort of use as an example, like mention, you know, we have sort of like picked up like nicely yes in like nuclear medicine, but the actual patient like throughput is at present it's not like enough to like sustain a full-time clinician there. Hence, I am speaking to you from Johannesburg right this afternoon. So is if we really like start to like utilize the services that are there and grow that, we will be like able to expand the like human capital which the professor has referred to. But at present, as I say, with the current like throughput of scans is not it's not viable for a full-time clinician there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Malan. Now we have less than a minute for Dr. Nkwe to ask his question and get a response. Dr. Nkwe.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My question is really, I just want to ask this out of curiosity. We can clearly see that we have people in the private sector, like those who are working in private hospitals and so on and so forth. Now, as we are looking at establishing BIUST, the institute that Prof. Hillhouse presented on, I'm just interested in knowing whether the guys who are from the private sector would freely engage in establishing such an institute. How are the conditions of service? Are they free to engage, to provide some advice where possible? Like we are looking at having a radiobiology program at MSc level. Would they be free to assist?
Thank you, Dr. Nkwe, for your question. Now over to you, Dr. Malan.
Well, I can only like speak from the from the nuclear medicine side, but is I mean we are sort of like amenable to assist and to like help where like ever we can. Is I cannot speak for the other disciplines, but only for nuclear medicine.
Okay, thank you for your response, colleagues. I would like to thank all speakers from this session. It's been so exciting, so many questions coming through. We hope to see you in workshop 2. As I hand over to the Master of Ceremonies, thank you once again.
Okay, thank you, Oscar. I think we'll break for 10 minutes, the health break, and then we'll come back for session 5 at 3 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
dreams can come to life.
The road to being counted among the best stars with a world-class qualification from BIUST. This is a university that offers world-class education with innovation guided by distinguished academics. To make a lasting mark, you must first be a part of BIUST and let your greatness lie beyond the classroom. Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
The BITRI Center for Material Science is a state-of-the-art facility that provides materials fabrication and characterization to a variety of sectors in Botswana and across the region. The lab provides water and mineral analysis, heavy metal testing in water, elemental analyses of synthesized material, as well as elemental and mineral analysis of geological material including soils and mineral ores. The Center for Material Science serves the mining, construction, water and agricultural sectors, as well as research and academic institutes. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
When you think about learning necessary skills and knowledge, you have to look for a university where dreams become a reality, where students collaborate and harness their knowledge and experience for the nation's food security. Come and register for our world-class programs and turn your hard work and passion into your future career.
Your dreams can come to
Botswana
life.
University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
We all deserve to breathe clean air wherever we live and work. The Nanomaterials Division at BITRI contributes towards the achievement of this objective by undertaking research and development in filtration technologies. The division's cutting-edge nanofiber membrane is one such technology. With a viral filtration efficiency of over 99.9%, the membrane is the best in its class and can be used to manufacture health masks. The targeted sectors include, but are not limited to, mining, manufacturing, and health. The nanofiber membrane is versatile and can be adopted in other products beyond those in air filtration and is industrially applicable in the energy as well as defense and security industries. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
Well, this position requires someone who can think outside the box.
Well, sir, to answer your question, organic farming in particular has differentiated itself from conventional agriculture by a way of an alternative agricultural practice.
Which? Stop right there. So when do you want to start?
Tomorrow.
Your dreams can come to life.
Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth. Yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this session 5 of our workshop. So I will then hand over to Huleba Wenemokupasi, the chair, to carry on with our presentations. Right.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back from the break. We move on with our program. We're at session 5. And without wasting time, I will invite our next speaker, Mr. Pakole Nkopani from the Diagnostic Services. He will be talking about diagnostic services. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, for giving me this opportunity to present to you in this conference of nuclear science and technology landscape in Botswana. My name is Pakole Nkopani. I'm a diagnostic radiographer currently serving in Mahalape District Hospital. I'm the past chairman of Botswana Radiographer Society of Botswana, RSB in short. I also serve in the Botswana Health Professions Council, as well as the Radiography Board. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the RSB, the Radiographer Society of Botswana. The primary aim of its existence is to promote and protect the integrity of radiography profession in the country. The society has grown from sizable membership in the 90s to a formidable large group of radiographers up to date, who serves both in private and public institutions. The radiographers in the country has access to and boosts one of the finest medical equipment in the continent. It must be noted that RSB in this context includes all aspects of imaging professionals in Botswana, be it diagnostic radiographers, therapeutic radiographers, sonographers, as well as magnetic resonance imaging radiographers. In Botswana, the use of medical radiation is governed by the Radiation Protection Act and the Radiation Regulations of 2006. The use of medical exposures is solely for the purpose of diagnostics as well as therapeutic purposes. This regulation subscribes to the International Commission of Radiation Protection, the ICRP, and over the years, members of RSB, the Radiographer Society of Botswana, has participated as project counterparts in the optimization and justification of radiation protection offered by IEA through the RPI liaison office in Botswana. The largest scope of radiographers in Botswana is the diagnostic radiographers, who are almost in all radiology and diagnostic centers countrywide. The common modalities offered and that use ionizing radiation is X-ray machines, the CT or CAT scanners, and dental or PG machines in dental clinics. There are also the therapeutic radiographers, that includes the nuclear medicine discipline as well. Therapeutic radiography is offered only at Botswana Private Hospital. This is a growing profession and its significant importance cannot go unnoticed. The prevalence of cancer in Botswana has necessitated the government of Botswana to open another center in Sekiptimile Teaching Hospital in the near future to offer radiation therapy. The nuclear medicine discipline is mainly in Bokamoso Private Hospital, and to date has only less than 4 professions in the country. The use of pharmaceutical radionuclear isotopes are highly regulated by RPI, and like other 2 disciplines of radiographers, they are guided by the Radiation Protection Regulations of 2006 in the country. Although sonography and MRI or magnetic resonance imaging are non-ionizing, membership, the professionals hereunder are registered through radiography or under radiography and form an important membership and the valuable services they offered in the country as well. Over the years, we have seen a trajectory of an advancement in as far as ICT technology plays in medical radiation science in the country. This has necessitated the users or the radiographers to upscale their knowledge and advancement of equipment and diagnostic as well as the therapeutics are involved. Radiography is among those listed by the Botswana Health Professions Schedule of Professions and the regulations. It has a radiography board whose chairman is serving the BHPC as a board member. The RSB and its members are subjected to the registration by the BHPC. For one to practice in Botswana, one has to fulfill the registration matrix set up by the Radiography Board and the BHPC and go through a series of assessment, exams, and eventually the registration by the Register of the BHPC. General memberships are governed by the BHPC Code of Ethics and Conduct, as well as the Public Health Act. Mr. Chairman, in my conclusion, I must also mention that RSB, its members are also subscribed to the membership of International Society of Radiographers and Radiological Technologies, the ISRRT. The ISRRT provides a platform to interact with other international bodies, advocate for radiographers and recognition of their welfare, the advancement in knowledge on patient radiation protection, as well as the safe use of ionizing radiation around the world. It is therefore imperative and important that radiographers play a very important role in as far as the nuclear science and technology landscape in Botswana. It cannot go over unnoticed or overemphasized that the radiographers' role play here in the nuclear landscape in Botswana. The significance of Radiation Protection Inspectorate has a very crucial role in shaping and regulating the use of medical exposures. In radiography, we have what we call as low as reasonably achievable. This is an international practice that anyone who uses radiation for the sole purpose of diagnostic or therapeutic, they must use as little or as low as reasonably achievable dose of radiation for the benefit of the patient. And this is what every radiographer and what we aspire for in RSB, to ensure all the use of nuclear or radiation is used optimally in Botswana. Once more, Mr. Chair, on behalf of RSB, its members, I would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to present to you radiography in Botswana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lenkopane. I will now invite questions. I'll take two questions for Mr. Lenkopane.
Ma'am, I have a question. Can I ask?
Yes, please go ahead, Prof.
Yeah, we have quite a lot of time still. So what are the, if I want a career as a radiographer, where can I be trained in Botswana? And what, just for young people to know, because I had a discussion once with DPS and he told me there's a big shortage, especially of Botswana, who are radiographers. So where do I go for training in Botswana?
Thank you for that question, Prof. I'll take another question before I invite Mr. Lenkopane to respond. I don't see any more hands. So Mr. Lenkopane, please go ahead and respond.
Yeah, he needs to unmute.
Lady Chair, we're not able to hear anything from this side.
Mr. Linkopane, are you there?
Let me call him quick and see if he will pick.
Hello? Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Just to answer the question regarding the training of radiographers in Botswana. Currently, there's no training institution that offer radiography in the country. For one to do radiography, currently you have to go through the University of Botswana BSc Part 1. That takes 2 years. And thereafter, you apply for external placement to universities that offer radiography outside the country. Most of the radiographers in Botswana, citizens which are currently about 80 of them, and 25 currently serving in the public service. They've been trained in countries like South Africa, Australia, Republic of Ireland, United Kingdom, and the United States. Recently, we've had those all are taking up postgraduate studies for specialization in ultrasound and doing the masters in Zimbabwe. But in short, there's no training in Botswana. And what the RSD is doing currently is to, we have a program, the education program, to go into our secondary schools, our tertiary schools, and through counseling centers to highlight the students on radiography study. I must say it's been a slow uptake for the students to actually get into radiography. There are students that we had in the country who took up radiography, I think as far as 2012, who graduated after 4 years, that is 2016. These are the last group of local graduates of radiographers in Botswana. So what we try to do as a society is to reach out to tertiary institutions through HRDC to offer counseling on the courses that be offered to take up radiography and where to train, what to do, especially in senior secondary school. You really want to take up radiography in the near future. And when you get to the University of Botswana to do Part 1, that is BSc Part 1 and Part 2, what subject to focus on, so that you eventually can be able to qualify to go outside to study radiography. And there's been talks to establish the School of Radiography, the Faculty of Health Sciences University, still at the infant stage. Hopefully in the near future we'll see this course being taken up locally. We all know there's one course that is offered by the University of Botswana, the Radiation Science. We had students in the past couple of years who took up that course. And unfortunately, most of these students have not been able to be absorbed in the market in the country. So they ended up changing the direction of their course and doing something else. Because part of the subject that they do, they are radiography related, part of the subject they do, medical physics related. So they are just in between. And we need to bridge that gap, hopefully through the Ministry of Botswana, and incorporate this course, and see how we can improve this course of our radiography in Botswana. It is a very, very scarce course. radiographers in the country that are very, very few, especially the locals. Majority are the experts from the neighboring countries. We have radiographers coming as far as India, Bangladesh, who are currently serving in Botswana. So there is a dire need of radiographers in the country. We also noticed the last few years with the mushrooming of private practices in the cities that offer diagnostic centers and X-ray institutions, which they need radiographers as well. So, in short, we need radiographers like now. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Linkopani. Thank you for that elaborate answer. I will invite more minutes to queue. Are there any other questions? Okay, I guess we can move on with our program. The next speaker is Mr. Hukatwindisho, who will be talking about standards in radiation protection and safety. So if you look at the program, the title of his presentation has changed. So you'll be talking about standards in radiation protection and safety. Mr. Disho, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, discussants. Good afternoon, chairman of the proceedings. Good afternoon, everybody. All protocol observed. My name is Hukatwindisho from the Radiation Protection Inspectorate here in Botswana, from the Unit of Standards and Instrumentation. This afternoon, I shall be discussing with you well, I was supposed to be discussing dosimetry, environmental radioactivity, but I shall dwell on the issue of the standards as they are administered by the Radiation Protection Inspectorate. Thank you. We shall find further as we move along in our discussion. Okay, moving along, the first slide actually is talking about the standards, radiation protection and safety standards as are applied to attain radiation safety and protection. You realize that in Botswana, the custodian and principal administrator of radiation protection standards is the Radiation Protection Inspectorate, and the role of the inspectorate. This role was actually conferred by an act of parliament, Radiation Protection Act, Cap 2304 of 2006. Botswana has adopted a mechanism of administering radiation protection standards to guide performance of exposure from the IAEA by localizing an international regulatory framework into a national statute. In this manner, it was a way of effecting this framework by way of regulations. Definition of standards. What are the standards actually? When we are talking about standards, we actually mean the standards denote the minimally acceptable and aspirational level of performance. In the context of radiation protection, good performance will actually be the amount of exposure that we give to the people who are concerned. Therefore, in radiation protection context, good performance being exposure amounts within the set limits for various exposure situations. The functional purpose of these constraints and set limits is to set boundaries And therefore, the dividend, what we get out of these boundaries is to mitigate exposure risks, where in general population, the risk is found to be minimal when the exposure or the level of radiation is at normal background. But for purposes of patients, the risk is found to be minimal at typical medical exposures. Typical medical exposures are determined by the professionals in the medical or in the hospital services. So these guys should be able to determine what are the typical exposures for various procedures that they are dealing with. And for radiation workers, the risk is found to be minimal at exposures that are allowed by the statute. You'll find that in different countries, these exposures will vary, but they will vary slightly because the overall limit has been set by the International Atomic Energy Agency. Safety and protection standards is a value driver for the national radionuclear enterprise. This simply means in Botswana, we have this enterprise, so we have people, different stakeholders who are using radiation technologies for various ends. And we find that there is a value in using these technologies. There is also a value that is derived from applying the standards as they are given or administered by RPI. Therefore, radiation safety and protection standards are an essential cog in the radionuclear ecosystem because they provide an environment for equity amongst all players. They also provide some measure of justice because we use the standards in order to judge everybody who is using the technologies, using the same standard. And they also provide some measure of sustainability. When you are applying the standards, there is a measure of sustainable use of your technology. They are a value driver. They are a value driver for practices that are technology driven, as well as those activities that are enabled by the technology. Technology here, we are referring to radiation or nuclear technologies. In Botswana, this is even more evident where we find that disparate communities of technology users. These are communities of people who are not linked by any profession or any mission. These are people coming from different areas who are using the technology, whether they are private or public, whether they are professionals or non-professionals. They are able to use these technologies safely because they are guided by the standards, and they are able to engage in their businesses and derive a social as well as economic value. But you realize that this comes at a minimal cost to them. They do not have to incur a lot of costs in order to use these radiation technologies. As we continue, you realize that I'm just trying to demonstrate how the value of the standard or the radiation protection standards is found within the value chain of the whole enterprise. So in terms of the standards, you find that the scientific, starting from the left side, the scientific discovery of the essence or the nature of radioactive elements. The scientific discovery of the essence and the nature of these radioactive elements is the one that has given rise to the standards of protection and safety. The essence here and nature simply means the properties of the elements which were found at the time. We shall realize that as we move on, we shall touch base on these properties that are being alluded to here. As the essence or properties were found, there was also, if you move to the right, there was incorporation of these elements or sources into various technologies to harness this radioactivity. So this radioactivity phenomenon was found to be useful for various purposes. Therefore, it was harnessed, or it is being harnessed in various technologies for various use. There is also deployment of technologies, different technologies for that matter, in various socio-economic activities across the landscape. This simply means that the technologies in Botswana that employ or that are driven by a nuclear or the technologies that are driven by this radioactivity phenomenon are used for different activities in Botswana. We shall discover that later on. And the ultimate value is such that for radionuclear enterprise, there is an improvement that is being found due to the deployment or use of the standards being elements that actually guide the use of these technologies. There is also found to be advancement of science and technology in the area of radiation, as well as the standard of life of humanity. So the application of standards give a sense of protection, not only to the environment and the people as well as property, but within the processes that we employ. And you realize that this is where the value is derived as we move along the value chain. Application of radiation safety and protection standards. The standards of safety and protection as relates to radioactive sources, whether they are natural or artificial, are derived from the properties of elements in question. This is the properties or the essence or the nature of these elements that are found in nature, or these elements that may be manipulated and manufactured artificially, especially their ability to ionize air. This is one property that has been found to be associated with nuclear elements, whether they are natural or they are artificial. They ionize air. They are found to penetrate non-transparent matter, and are also found, or it is the phenomenon is found to interact with and alter the physiology of living matter. If you look at this, you realize that this is where the aspect of radiation protection comes in. It really comes in from the fact that this matter, which is found to be having this phenomenon, or which is exuding or showing this phenomenon of radioactivity, is able to ionize air. It is also able to penetrate non-transparent matter, and in the process, it is able to interact with and alter the physiology of living matter. Therefore, the primary protection standards, as I've indicated or alluded to, they are actually flowing or derived from the essence or the nature of the elements. These elements, whether they are found in nature, natural, nuclear elements, or they are artificial. Therefore, if we look on the right side of the arrow, we'll find that there are radiation protection standards that have been derived and then are applied as we use the technologies. Some of the standards are the standards of the IT technologies. These IT technologies are the brains behind levels of radiation that is being emitted by other technologies, either in hospitals or in construction, or it may be any other activity. So the IT technologies, they do have standards. These standards are derived, or they are dependent on the primary element which is exuding this radioactive technology. We also have the standards that are derived for technologies of radiation emitting devices. We do have radiation emitting devices in the various form, used in hospitals, used in construction, used in manufacturing, used in mining and exploration, and many other areas. So these technologies really, they have the standards because they do have sources in them. The sources actually would be the material, whether in a lot of cases, this material would be artificial material. So there are standards that are used to construct these devices that are holding the sources. We also have the standards that are derived for physical facilities. If you look at the hospital, and especially at the radiation unit or radiation department, you realize that the material that is used to construct the radiation department or the walls of the radiation department are derived from looking at the radiation material that will be used. At the same time, we also have the levels of the windows. It is placed, the windows are placed at a point which is unlike any other point, whether it be at the ward or any other place in the hospital. So all these are considerations, or these are construction standards which have been derived from the radioactive sources, or in consideration of the radiation sources that are being used. We also have the engineered controls standards. If you look at going back to radiation department again, there are engineering controls that are used within the radiation department. There are devices, there are things that are used within the radiation department, and these controls actually have the standards that are, dependent on the standards of the essence, or the considered, to protect the people in the radiation department, considering the materials that have been used. There are also materials and equivalents. There are materials that are found not to be penetrated by this essence called radioactivity. Therefore, all the materials that are used and their equivalents, are deriving their values or standards from the standards of protection. If I were to give an example, materials, some of the materials that are used to encase, or to protect against radiation would be a depleted uranium, but we know how heavy that may be. Therefore, we look for equivalents of, if the uranium material is to be found to be of this, this weight, we could look for its equivalent, which is less weighty than the depleted uranium, and we use that equivalent in lieu of the depleted uranium or lead. So all these equivalents are used. There are the standards of constructing these equivalents in order to protect, people, the environment, and the properties that are found where these materials are, and the standards are derived from the essence of the materials. We also have the scientifically derived principles. When we are dealing with radiation, we know that scientifically it has since been proven that one has to have to spend less time in the radioactive field. You also have to have, to be distant from the source. Therefore, there is a principle of time. There is also a principle of distance. You also have to be shielded if you are within the ionizing radiation field. So these are some of the principles that are being deployed or used in order to protect people from being exposed. At the same time as we are having these principles of time, distance, and shielding, we do have justification. Justification is another principle. Of course, it's a governance principle to say, you know, what we are bringing in the country that uses the technologies of radiation is justified to be used. There is a good reason why the technology has to be used in Botswana. That is a principle of justification. If it is not justified according to those who make decisions, you know, they'll be guided by the principle of justification not to accept this technology to be used in Botswana. There is also the principle of optimization. This means that at the same time that we are using these radiation technologies, we have to keep on making sure that we optimize our processes in order to be within the limits, the standards that have been set. We also have to look at the processes, or we also have to be looking at the things that we use, the technology, whether we can change the technology to use the one that may be less likely dangerous than the ones we are using right now, so that we can optimize our protection and safety. So these are some of the principles, let me just say the cardinal principles that are being used, as well as the set limits and constraints. All these in totality are used to protect the people. These are the standards that protect people, environment, and property. Moving right along, we realize that standards are actually meant to protect the populations, the property, and they are also meant to safeguard the environment. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, you will realize that the application of standards is something that is of value to the whole nuclear enterprise in Botswana. So development, deployment, and administration of radiation protection standards and their use by various stakeholders to manage performance and coupled with continuous optimization of safety and protection is a national public good. And this public good, this national public good has got positive global implications. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think I've just given you a comprehensive but short overview of the application of standards of radiation protection and safety in Botswana and why they matter in our everyday life as we deploy and use the radiation emitting technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Disho. I'm okay, I'm fine. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Disho, for that presentation. I'll then invite questions. I'll take 2 questions from the participants. Thank you. Are there any hands? I don't see any hands from my side. Co-hosts, do you see any hands that side?
We have Maez.
Okay, Mr. Maez. Oh, okay, Mr. Maez, go ahead. Mr. Maeze?
Can you hear me now? He's muted.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Bishop, for the comprehensive presentation. My question regards to dosimetry. I think we're having challenges with the dose reports. I mean, what's taking so long to generate them from your department?
Chair, do I go ahead?
Yeah, I'm done. It's over. The question is about those records. We are concerned with the monitor. We are speaking of monitoring and you know, those principles of optimization and stuff. But we're having issues getting our records, those records for users delivered on time. You can spend 6 months without those records. And I mean, what's going on?
Okay, Mr. Disho, go ahead.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Mamoko Pastor. I think, I hope you can all hear me. Thank you, sir, for asking that question. You will realize that our monitoring period has always been 1 month. It means that you are wearing the TLDs for a period of about 3 weeks, and then on the 4th week, you need to return them to RPI for processing and report writing. I want to believe that you are linking your question to what we are observing now since the advent of COVID. We have since extended our waiting period to 3 months, which is still a practice that is acceptable by IAEA standards. So we have extended our waiting period to 3 months, which means on the 3rd week of the 3rd month, you are to prepare the TLDs, return them to RPI for processing, and then you will get the new TLDs and a report during that 4th month, during that 4th week. Really, if that happens the way we desire it to happen, between us and you should not be having any problem. The problem, of course, do arise because for guys who are very far off Gaborone, we have to courier the TLDs back to where you are. You also have to courier them to where we are. So it really takes a bit of time. But for those who are in Gaborone who can just walk in, it is not a big deal. I think all I can say is that we need to be mindful. Our radiation safety officers must be mindful of the time periods, the schedules. If we keep to our schedules, we will not have a problem of returns. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Disho. I think in the interest of time, we'll continue with our program. And then if there are more questions, they can be directed via email to the speaker. So the next presentation will be from Dr. Kenny Macheng from BNVL. He'll be talking about diagnosis of animal diseases using nuclear technology. Dr. Macheng.
Welcome to Botswana National Veterinary Laboratory. You are welcome. Botswana National Veterinary Laboratory started in 1986 at its current location here in Sebele. Before then, it was located in Marina. Before that, in Mafikeng during pre-independence days. Departmental laboratory within the Department of Veterinary Services under the Ministry of Agricultural Development and Food Security. Welcome to Botswana National Veterinary Laboratory. As I've already mentioned, our mandate is testing, surveillance, and research of animal diseases in support for the livestock industry in Botswana. also to provide quality control testing of dairy, meat, and meat byproducts for international markets, as well as to monitor production hygiene of the abattoirs for public health purposes. Within Botswana National Veterinary Laboratory, we have two main subdivisions doing the core activities, being the Veterinary Diagnostics and Research Subdivision, as well as the Food Safety and Product Quality Control Subdivision. Within the testing subdivisions, we have sections which are responsible for different testing areas. One of the most outstanding sections that we can talk of today in relation to the Peaceful Uses Initiative of molecular and atomic derived techniques is our molecular biology section, which came into effect about 15 years ago in collaboration with the International Atomic Energy Agency. They helped us a lot in setting up this unit and making sure it's equipped, the staff become competent in carrying out the tests as we desired. As you can see here, this is some of the equipment within the laboratory that employs molecular techniques in a peaceful and beneficial way. I will now hand you over to my lab scientist so that she can take you through what we do here in terms of using molecular techniques through testing.
Welcome everyone to Molecular Biology Section Laboratory. Molecular Biology Section is one of the sections found in the Veterinary Diagnostic and Research Subdivisions found here in Botswana National Veterinary Lab. The section was mainly established to introduce molecular techniques in the diagnostics of animal diseases here in the lab. The section, as previously mentioned, was established more than 15 years ago through the help of the AEA agency. The agency helped equip the section, as you will see. Most of the equipment that we have received were through AEA, as well as the agents. The diseases that are mainly tested here, an example, the Newcastle disease, avian influenza, Rift Valley fever, and CBPP. It is also worthy to note that the section also houses our OIE CBPP reference lab. Molecular techniques have greatly improved our turnaround time in the lab, as the test methods have a very short running span, thus including our turnaround time. Turnaround time in terms of the samples that are received can be reported in less than 2 days, even in a matter of hours if it's a matter of an emergency. An example would be the current outbreak of avian influenza that the country experienced. Through the section, we were able to immediately test the results, test the samples, and give the results to our customers as well as our authorities so that they can take the necessary measures needed to stop the disease or control it, so that our farmers experience minimum or no losses at all when it comes to the animals. In the section here, the lab that we are in, it houses the majority of the equipment. This is a thermal cycler. The thermal cycler is one that we use to amplify genetic material. One of the great benefits of molecular techniques is we do not handle the hazardous or highly infectious viruses.
Due to our collaboration with the able to advance as a laboratory in terms of testing and diagnostics for animal diseases, as well as putting Botswana in the map as a center of excellence. We have managed to accredit 47 tests in total with the Southern African Development Community Accreditation Services, SADCAS. We have also managed to participate in the management or control of human diseases. And the example of the case is rabies testing. We have done some in collaboration with the Ministry of Health to assist in the fight against rabies. But we have also had an input in the diagnostics for the now rampant COVID that we know has given us all sleepless nights. Botswana National Veterinary Laboratory, still with the assistance of the International Atomic Agency, IAEA, managed to play a role, making use of the molecular techniques. As we know, that's what we aspire to do, peaceful uses of the technology. With that, I would like to thank you for watching this video. My name is Dr. Macheng. I'm the manager for Veterinary Diagnostics and Research Subdivision here at the Botswana National Veterinary Laboratory. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Macheng. I'll now invite questions. I'll take 2 questions. I don't see any hands from my side. Co-host, do you see anything?
I think
there are 3.
Okay, I see David Nkwe. Can you go ahead, please?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thanks a lot for your presentation. I just wanted to find out from you, you've indicated that you work on livestock diseases. Do you consider working on wildlife diseases as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nkwe. Is there another question?
Yes, Buitumelo Modise. Jim.
Okay, Buitumelo, can you go ahead, please?
Buitumelo, you're muted. Because again, get through. Can you map? Ready map.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Am I audible, sir?
You are.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to get clarity on what BSL or level is this facility that you have been presented. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. BSL facility. Buitumelo, are you on? Buitumelo.
some of our people are facing technical problems. So the current chair is also struggling. So she asked me to pitch in when she can get through. My apologies. We do know. Okay, she can get through. Then we go back to the presenter. Could you please answer the questions? Hello.
Hello, good day.
Dr. Macheng, can you respond, please?
Thank you, Chair. I had a question from Dr. Nkwe, who was asking if we do work on wildlife diseases. Yes, we do. As you know, the recent cases of elephants that were dying around the Okavango area, we participated a lot in the investigations on those elephant deaths. We had a lot of samples that we tested here at BNVL ourselves. Also, another example I can give is on EUS, the fish disease, enzootic ulcerative syndrome, that often happens in fish. The bream in the Okavango Delta, we do get samples that we diagnose here for the Department of Wildlife, and many other wildlife diseases as well we have done at BNVL. At times we do get samples and carcasses from the BDF. They do send, as early as 2 weeks ago, we had a dead canid, the wild dog from their SSKB complex that we had to do postmortem on here. So we work a lot on wildlife as well. There was another question on the BSL facility. So far we are on BSL 2. We would like to advance to BSL 3 or even better if funds permit. But our main challenge with getting there is the funding. We have made drawings, budgets, which arrived at millions of dollars. Unfortunately, our funds cannot allow us to realize such facilities. But we had tried to bridge the gap. In some cases, like for FMD testing, we have our collaboration with the Botswana Vaccine Institute on FMD testing, where we have established some tests with them to eventually recognize the OIE reference status on FMD. And we are doing the test where we handle live virus at their containment facility, which is of a higher level than what we have here. So that's the current intervention we have done. I couldn't get the third question if there was any. Chair, can remind me, please. Thank you.
Dr. Macheng, we thank you for your presentation. Next up is Dr. Ramu Cha of National Veterinary Lab as well. Ramu. It seems like we are having a technical problem. The chair is lost as well, so that's why I'm standing here at the moment. I don't know whether...
I don't see him on call, Chair. I don't see him on call.
You don't see?
He was earlier.
Prof, come again, please.
No, I say I don't see him on call at the moment. Maybe people can look and see if you can see him. He won't be giving, he will not give a video presentation. He will give a PowerPoint presentation.
He's not here.
I don't see him.
We close the session then, because that was the last item. Or we can move things up and put the next.
No, I think we just take a health break, sir, and we continue at the designated time.
We take a health break for 20, and we come back at 20 past.
No, 16:40. the health break ends at 16:40.
Thapelo, just to interrupt you, Boitumelo Modise's hand is up again.
Can she get through? The problem is that she could not get through.
Well, maybe she.
Memodise. That was a challenge. I tried her twice. It looks as she cannot get through. She's muted. I'm trying to.
She's muted.
Yes.
Are you not able to unmute her?
No.
No, we can ask her to unmute, but she's not unmuting.
Yes, I've been asking her to unmute. The whole time I was calling her name, I was doing that.
So I think we can just resume again at 16:40 because we have a closing ceremony and we have the DPS there, so we can't just shift it earlier because others may attend. So I propose we just take a break until 16:40.
Yes. Okay, let's go on a break. Or should I hand it to the MC?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Thapelo. I think we'll have a little bit of a longer break, so we'll come back at 16:40 as per the program. Thank you.
The road to being counted among the best stars with a world-class qualification from Botswana. This is a university that offers world-class education with innovation guided by distinguished academics. To make a lasting mark, you must first be a part of Botswana and let your greatness lie beyond the classroom. Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
The BITRI Center for Material Science is a state-of-the-art facility that provides materials fabrication and characterization to a variety of sectors in Botswana and across the region. The lab provides water and mineral analysis, heavy metal testing in water, elemental analyses of synthesized material, as well as elemental and mineral analysis of geological material including soils and mineral ores. The Center for Material Science serves the mining, construction, water and agricultural sectors, as well as research and academic institutes. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
When you think about learning necessary skills and knowledge, you have to look for a university where dreams become a reality, where students collaborate and harness their knowledge and experience for the nation's food security. Come and register for our world-class programs and turn your hard work and passion into your future career.
Your dreams can come to
Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
We all deserve to breathe clean air wherever we live and work. The Nanomaterials Division at BITRI contributes towards the achievement of this objective by undertaking research and development in filtration technologies. The division's cutting-edge nanofiber membrane is one such technology. With a viral filtration efficiency of over 99.9%, the membrane is the best in its class and can be used to manufacture health masks. The targeted sectors include, but are not limited to, mining, manufacturing, and health. The nanofiber membrane is versatile and can be adopted in other products beyond those in air filtration and is industrially applicable in the energy as well as defense and security industries. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
Well, this position requires someone who can think outside the box.
Well, sir, to answer your question, organic farming in particular has differentiated itself from conventional agriculture by a way of an alternative agricultural practice, which...
Stop right there. So when do you want to start?
Tomorrow.
Your dreams can come to life.
Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
Your dreams can come to life.
The road to being counted among the best stars with a world-class qualification from BIUST. This is a university that offers world-class education with innovation guided by distinguished academics. To make a lasting mark, you must first be a part of BIUST and let your greatness lie beyond the classroom. Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
The BITRI Center for Material Science is a state-of-the-art facility that provides materials fabrication and characterization to a variety of sectors in Botswana and across the region. The lab provides water and mineral analysis, heavy metal testing in water, elemental analyses of synthesized material, as well as elemental and mineral analysis of geological material including soils and mineral ores. The Center for Material Science serves the mining, construction, water and agricultural sectors, as well as research and academic institutes. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
When you think about learning necessary skills and knowledge, you have to look for a university where dreams become a reality, where students collaborate and harness their knowledge and experience for the nation's food security. Come and register for our world-class programs and turn your hard work and passion into your future career.
Your dreams can come to
Botswana
life.
University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
We all deserve to breathe clean air wherever we live and work. The Nanomaterials Division at BITRI contributes towards the achievement of this objective by undertaking research and development in filtration technologies. The division's cutting-edge nanofiber membrane is one such technology. With a viral filtration efficiency of over 99.9%, the membrane is the best in its class and can be used to manufacture health masks. The targeted sectors include, but are not limited to, mining, manufacturing, and health. The nanofiber membrane is versatile and can be adopted in other products beyond those in air filtration and is industrially applicable in the energy as well as defense and security industries. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
Well, this position requires someone who can think outside the box.
Well, sir, to answer your question, organic farming in particular has differentiated itself from conventional agriculture by a way of an alternative agricultural practice, which...
Stop right there. So when do you want to start?
Tomorrow.
Your dreams can come to life.
Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth. the road to being counted among the best stars with a world-class qualification from Botswana. This is a university that offers world-class education with innovation guided by distinguished academics. To make a lasting mark, you must first be a part of Botswana and let your greatness lie beyond the classroom. Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
The BITRI Center for Material Science is a state-of-the-art facility that provides materials fabrication and characterization to a variety of sectors in Botswana and across the region. The lab provides water and mineral analysis, heavy metal testing in water, elemental analyses of synthesized material, as well as elemental and mineral analysis of geological material including soils and mineral ores. The Center for Material Science serves the mining, construction, water and agricultural sectors, as well as research and academic institutes. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
When you think about learning necessary skills and knowledge, you have to look for a university where dreams become a reality, where students collaborate and harness their knowledge and experience for the nation's food security. Come and register for our world-class programs and turn your hard work and passion into your future career.
Your dreams can come to
Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
We all deserve to breathe clean air wherever we live and work. The Nanomaterials Division at BITRI contributes towards the achievement of this objective by undertaking research and development in filtration technologies. The division's cutting-edge nanofiber membrane is one such technology. With a viral filtration efficiency of over 99.9%, the membrane is the best in its class and can be used to manufacture health masks. The targeted sectors include, but are not limited to, mining, manufacturing, and health. The nanofiber membrane is versatile and can be adopted in other products beyond those in air filtration and is industrially applicable in the energy as well as defense and security industries. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
Well, this position requires someone who can think outside the box.
Well, sir, to answer your question, organic farming in particular has differentiated itself from conventional agriculture by a way of an alternative agricultural practice, which...
Stop right there. So when do you want to start?
Tomorrow.
Your dreams can come to life.
Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
Your dreams can come to life.
The road to being counted among the best stars with a world-class qualification from BUAN. This is a university that offers world-class education with innovation guided by distinguished academics. To make a lasting mark, you must first be a part of BUAN and let your greatness lie beyond the classroom. Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
The BITRI Center for Material Science is a state-of-the-art facility that provides materials fabrication and characterization to a variety of sectors in Botswana and across the region. The lab provides water and mineral analysis, heavy metal testing in water, elemental analyses of synthesized material, as well as elemental and mineral analysis of geological material including soils and mineral ores. The Center for Material Science serves the mining, construction, water and agricultural sectors, as well as research and academic institutes. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
When you think about learning necessary skills and knowledge, you have to look for a university where dreams become a reality, where students collaborate and harness their knowledge and experience for the nation's food security. Come and register for our world-class programs and turn your hard work and passion into your future career.
Your dreams can come to
Botswana
life.
University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
We all deserve to breathe clean air wherever we live and work. The Nanomaterials Division at BITRI contributes towards the achievement of this objective by undertaking research and development in filtration technologies. The division's cutting-edge nanofiber membrane is one such technology. With a viral filtration efficiency of over 99.9%, the membrane is the best in its class and can be used to manufacture health masks. The targeted sectors include, but are not limited to, mining, manufacturing, and health. The nanofiber membrane is versatile and can be adopted in other products beyond those in air filtration and is industrially applicable in the energy as well as defense and security industries. BITRI, technology solutions from you to us for you.
Have you ever wondered what the world would be like without science, technology, and innovation? We at Botswana International University of Science and Technology have committed ourselves to keep the cogs of innovation turning. Our students and alumni are committed champions of transformation and drivers of progress, pioneers of creating impactful solutions through science and technology. Botswana International University of Science and Technology, driving change. Call 493-1000 for details.
Well, this position requires someone who can think outside the box.
Well, sir, to answer your question, organic farming in particular has differentiated itself from conventional agriculture by a way of an alternative agricultural practice, which...
Stop right there. So when do you want to start?
Tomorrow.
Your dreams can come to life.
Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, inspiring sustainable growth.
how register and register can I say here? You never register in a program.
Yes, I think welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the 6th session. And I think with this long break, I think people are a little bit refreshed. I think we are all energized to continue with our presentations. And I'll encourage all our attendances to hang around until the last session, where we will have our Deputy PS to give us some closing remarks. But without taking too much time, I will give Dr. Bareki Batokwa, the chair for this session, to kickstart the presentations once the time is right. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not so sure where Shima is. Maybe you can just start it.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello. Okay. Shima, are you with us? Okay. I think it's while we're still waiting for Shima, I think I'll chip in to assist with that. So our next session is on the other applications of nuclear science and technology. So our first presenter will be Mr. Bakam Mudukanele from Botswana Institute for Technology, Research and Innovation, BITRI. His title of the presentation is Utilization of Radiation Technology in Material Characterization. Yeah, it's your chance, Re Mudukanele.
Hello everyone, my name is Bakam Mudukanele. I'm an instrument specialist who's focused on radiation technology to characterize materials. The Botswana Institute for Technology, Research and Innovation, BITRI, is a parastatal under Ministry of Tertiary Education, Research, Science and Technology. The Institute has been established in 2012 to conduct needs-based research and development in focused areas. The mandate of BITRI is to identify, develop, adapt appropriate technology solutions that provides sustainable, innovative solutions through co-creation and collaboration in line with national priorities and needs of Botswana.
Good afternoon.
BITRI is utilizing ionizing radiation technology equipment under the Nanomaterials Division in the Center of Material Science section. CMS has a wide spectrum of specialized equipment that includes the XRF, the XRD, the XPS, and the SCM, which are the main radiation technology equipment. BITRI has adopted a radiation protection program in 2016 and has been licensed by the Radiation Protectorate Department of the Government of Botswana. The Institute has ensured compliance to radiation protection program, in that safety officers, users, and workers wear full body dosimeters, and that equipment is kept under maintenance plan, and that the equipment is serviced by authorized engineers who are certified by the manufacturer, and ensures that all time the BITRI radiation protection program is adhered to and revised in each and every year. We have in BITRI Gemini SCM 500. The SCM 500 is classified under low-level background radiation equipment and does not require licensing and monitoring by the Radiation Department of Botswana. The SCM has got field emission gun that generates high electron beam that is focused on the sample. The system setup has high-level safety features and housing a heavy metal shielding that does not pose any radiation leak to the users. Trained specialists are authorized to operate and to care for the system. The system is widely used in having good understanding of the morphology and composition of materials, as it's essential for understanding their behavior. These are the specifications of the Gemini SCM 500, and it has the following detectors: the secondary electron detector in the chamber and in the inlets. It has the BSC detector in the chamber and another detector in the inlets. It has the STEM detector, which is the scanning transmission electron microscope module, which is added to the scanning electron microscope. It has the EDS detector, which is the energy dispersive spectrometer, and the wide dispersive spectrometer. I have highlighted the main ones, but there are other extra detectors that are in the system. The EDS and the WDS X-ray spectrometers enables one to carry out elemental composition as well as the elemental mapping of the sample. Therefore, one is able to spatially analyze and view the distribution of elements in the material. Here is one of the illustrations of a nanofiber membrane imaging, which was captured using the Gemini SCM 500 in BITRI. The image here is a section of a membrane that was fabricated within the lab by the team that electrospins the nanofibers. This was one of the success of setting up and proving the ability to manufacture membranes that could also be used for fabricating the masks. The X-ray fluorescence spectrometer XRF is an S8 Tiger manufactured by Bruker, which is also a wide dispersive XRF. It is classified as a low radiation X-ray source. The XRF has got a rhodium X-ray tube housed in a lead shielded chamber. The system has got semi-automatic sample handler, which can take 65 samples at a go. Here is the illustration of the sample bay, of which samples are placed there, 65 of them, and the system is programmed to continue the analysis. Here is the illustration of the XRF principle, from X-ray source through the filter to remove the noise signals to reach the sample, and characteristic X-rays are generated to pass through the single crystal, and the single crystal system automatically changes rotates to change the diffraction in order to determine different types of elements, which are then detected in the scintillation counter as well as the proportional counter. So there are two types of crystals here, for heavy element setup and the light element setup. The technical data of the XRF system is provided right here, and what is important is for one to recognize that the system can analyze liquids, loose powders, as well as solids, and the system has got various options of which can be improved, as well as that it has the automatic sample changer, the automatic analyzer crystals, the automatic masks. The system uses helium and PTEM gases. The SA Tiger is a 4 kilowatt system, which gives the maximum current of 170 milliamps and the maximum voltage of 60 kilovolts. The XRF analysis begins from the X-ray source to the detector, then followed by the signal processing, which is done at the personal computer. The spectrum is then assessed by a specialist, who then determines the elements that are present by checking on their peaks and measuring their peak levels, and accounting for the correction factors that may involve the loss on ignition, and the results are therefore given out. The Center for Material Science was engaged in one of the projects under BITRI, which was spearheaded by the Building Material Science Division. And here are the elemental compositions of the various samples S1 to S5. And I'd like you to take note of the amounts of calcium from left to right, and you will see that the amounts on the right are lower than the amounts on the left. And as you can see down here, from left to right, you see that the amounts of silica is low and the amounts of silica are high on the right. This illustrated that high purity calcium carbonate rocks have got low amounts of silica, and those which have got high amounts of silica has got low contents of calcium. Therefore, there's an inverse relationship between these two minerals, which are calcium and silica, found in the geological material. The Empyrean Pananalytical X-ray diffractometer, in short the XRD, uses the copper tube X-ray source housed in a lead shielded housing, which is over there, which has got steel chamber surrounding the system to absorb the low-level radiations, as well as the tinted glass where we can view the system while it's running. The XRD is one of the equipments where there's high regulation to the operators. They should be trained and competent personnel who are then validated and authorized to operate the system. The XRD technical specification is as follows: that it's a 4 kilowatt system, and it has its abilities to move at very small angles, that having an ability to do the success and the waxes techniques. Here is the illustration of the XRD principle. As you can see on the left, we have a high voltage source tube, which is our copper tube, and the beams pass through the solar slit and the beam slits, which directs the parallel beams towards the crystal, and the crystals give out the X-ray characteristics X-ray, which are then displayed in form of peaks as demonstrated here. Our XRD system has various techniques, which has got the phase identification and quantification to determine the composition of the monitor purity. And we have another technique, the X-ray reflectometry, which determines the thin films and the thickness and the roughness of the films, which is an optical technique here, and another technique in which we can do the success for nanostructure analysis. We also have the transmission XRD for characterization of organic materials, the transmission of XRD for nanoparticle size distribution. XRD analysis is given out in this form, that we are able to use the Radiological technique, in which we can estimate the composition of the heterogeneous crystals that were found in the limestone material. And this is one of the illustrations on the results of the analysis. Continuing from our previous discussion about the limestone project for exploration of limestone, the XRD was also used for analyzing the samples. As you can see, we have S1, S2, S3, and S4 with inverse relationships of the quartz to calcite, which is low when there is calcium-rich material, and of which when quartz is high, there is low calcium content. Our fourth and last instrument is the Axis Supra XPS, which was supplied by Shimatsu Kratos. The XPS is an X-ray photoelectron spectrometer, which has got also high-level safety features, which renders low interaction between the user and the sample. It has automized sample handling system, and only trained and specialized users are authorized to operate the equipment. The XPS imaging reveals the lateral distribution of surface chemistry and aids further characterization with selected areas analysis. The system has various options of sources, which includes the aluminum anode, the silver anode. It also has the UPS lamp. It has the helium lamp. It also has the argon ion cluster gun and the field emission electron gun. The XPS principle is as illustrated in the diagram here. The X-ray beam source interacts with the sample, and the characteristics X-rays are directed towards the spherical hemisphere. At the hemisphere, there are two sections, which has got the spectroscopy analyzer and the imaging analyzer. The XPS is the main analysis technique. However, it also has various techniques that can be used in testing the samples, which has got the high resolution scanning field emission auger system, the ultraviolet photoelectron spectroscopy, the UPS, the ion scattering spectroscopy called the ISS, and the argon cluster gun to do the depth profiling analysis of the synthesized layered material. And generally, these are the thin films which we have been testing. XPS analysis has an advantage to determine the binding energies of elements, of which can actually differentiate the elemental states of mainly elements such as metals. You will notice that there is a difference between copper 1, copper 2, copper 3 states. Therefore, XPS can highly outline the regions of the binding energies, and therefore enabling the user to determine the binding states of a particular material and their quantifications. In this illustration, you will notice the region of interest over here, where the cadmium 3D energy levels has got a binding energy to the nitrogen at 1s, and the two together they form the cadmium ammonium salt. The Center for Material Science Research, with utilization of the radiation technology equipment, has been able to support research within BITRI in the nanomaterials, in which nanofiber membranes, nanoparticle catalysis, cold to chemicals, water filtration, foot and mouth disease test kits were developed with the aid of the use of the equipment. We also have demonstrated that we have supported building material science through the limestone exploration. We have continued to analyze the mine dump waste utilization project. We have continued to support the Kalahari Sand building block project, the specialized cement material under the BMS. We have been able to support the local institutions and those international ones across Africa. We have continued to support manufacturing, construction, and mine industries. In conclusion, radiation technology remains the backbone of research and industrial material analysis. Technology safety has proven to be reliable in producing low-level radiation to users through this specialized equipment. Maintenance and upkeeping of the technology requires dedicated large funding and investment on specialized skills, such as maintenance engineers, of which we experienced a challenge during the COVID-19 pandemic, when borders were closed and the engineers are outsourced from outside Botswana, and therefore the upkeeping of the instrument became a challenge. This is one of the areas where our country needs to invest more into the upkeeping of the equipment, as well as training specialized personnel.
Thank you very much, Presenter Bakang, in your absence, that video. Well detailed. I couldn't help but salivate at the state-of-the-art instruments that are just nearby. We are hoping for collaborations going forward. At this point, we will take questions. I believe Bakang now has joined us, and we will be taking those questions. If I cannot pick your hand from this end, please go ahead and ask the question. If it's two of you or more who are speaking. Questions?
Yeah, Shima, I have one.
Yes, go on, Prof.
Yeah, so now I just wanted to know, this is, of course, state-of-the-art equipment. And I would like to know, is it really used? For example, I know at WITS chemistry, they have 5 XRDs and they are used 24/7. You can go there at 3 o'clock on a Sunday morning and there are 5 people working. And the students know how to operate it. So have we built capacity through BITRI that people can come and use the equipment confidently without someone from BITRI being there? Or you still have to have some expert to oversee things? And I want to know, to what extent is the equipment used? If I go there on a Saturday afternoon, will I see a hive of activity and the equipment being pushed to the limits to drive Botswana forward? So that's my question, Shima.
Okay, any more? Let's take a few. I will allow only one more in the interest of time. If there isn't any, Bakang, please respond, comment.
Stefan Kutsie here from BITRI. Bakang was not able to join us due to personal reasons. One of the
he's
things...
on call, Stefan. He's on call.
Is he on call? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Stefan.
I think go ahead, Stefan.
The instruments are used mainly for our internal research. We do a lot of servicing for the industry and academia, and there are no plans to open up the instruments for external people to come and operate it, because if something goes wrong, BITRI bears the cost. We are increasing the capacity on people currently being able to operate it to increase the usage. The instruments are mostly, I wouldn't say always, because we oftenly do come in on weekends to get the work out, but mostly on weekends, the instruments are not used. We do access them remotely at night sometimes through TeamViewer in order to get work done. I'm not sure if that answers the question.
I think you've touched on it. We can't help but lament the fact that you're still using them for internal use, but we understand the cost that goes with that. We can only be hopeful. Thank you, Stefan, for that. I don't see any hand. If not, then let me call to the floor, to the space, since we are virtual. Dr. Janice Mokadi from Chemical, Biological, Nuclear, and Radiological Weapons Management Authority, CBNR, a fairly new organization. She will be here to give us the overview of the new organization, the role it plays, the objectives, and possible synergies and partnerships with the nuclear industry. Janice, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Janice Mokhadi from CBNR Authority. My presentation today is titled CBNR Roles, Objectives, and Possible Synergies with Nuclear Industry. Chemical, Biological, Nuclear, and Radiological Weapons Management Authority was established under Section 5 of the Chemical Weapon Prohibition Act, number 20 of 2018. The authority operates under 3 acts, namely Chemical Weapons Prohibition Act, Biological Weapons Prohibition Act, and Nuclear Weapons Prohibition Act. We have integrated legal obligations with Radiation Protection Act, the Penal Code, Counterterrorism Act, and Financial Intelligence Act, amongst others. We also have international obligations with a number of treaties and conventions, such as the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, the Safeguard Agreement to Nuclear Weapons, the Pelindaba Treaty, United Nations Security Council Resolution number 1540, which talked to non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. United Nations Security Council Resolution number 1373, which also talks to threats to international peace and security caused by terrorist acts. Chemical Weapon Convention, Biological Weapon Convention, and the Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. The roles of CBNR Authority include the following: administrative and technical requirements governing the use of CBNR materials for peaceful purposes, public and environmental protection, waste safety, security, and emerging preparedness and response, to monitor and implement United Nations Security Council Resolution number 1540, Chemical Weapon Convention, Biological Weapon Convention, and other international instruments at national level. To secure sites and sources of CBNR materials, infrastructure, laboratory, and transportation security. To strengthen import-export control and transboundary movement of CBNR sources through collaborative border control strategies with neighboring states. For effective awareness enhancement on CBNR matters at all levels in stakeholders, ministries, organizations, and agencies. Our strategy is to prevent, detect, and respond to CBNR attack. Also to put measures in place to ensure quick recovery from attacks and minimum loss of life. This includes stopping terrorists from carrying out attacks and denying them access to CBNR materials, strengthening interagency cooperation and border detection, respond promptly and effectively to CBNR attack, and recover as quickly as possible from its impact, to undertake public awareness through local, regional, and international collaboration. CBNR materials has been used in a number of instances. Toxic materials such as sarin, which is a nerve agent, has been specifically developed for warfare as a chemical weapon. Anthrax was used in the First World War as a means to contaminate animal feed, but it has also been used in humans. Radiological materials can be combined with explosives to produce what is referred to as a dirty bomb for contamination of people and buildings. Nuclear materials may be used to develop an improvised nuclear device, which is the most devastating of the CBNR materials. Now let's look at global and national threats. Internet has made information widely and easily accessible on the technology of CBNR devices and materials that might be used to develop them. Most of these materials are used for legitimate and peaceful purposes, for example, in nuclear energy, medicinal science, research and development, and biotechnology. However, the production and the use of these materials significantly increase the risk of them being diverted and exploited by terrorist organizations. And hence the reason why we need to regulate them in our country. They say security is as good as its weakest link. Botswana plays a role in global security regime. CBNR material is a variable and may be subject to theft by insiders or criminals and terrorist organizations. We also have to ensure that CBNR materials are not illicitly trafficked, and also to control transboundary movement. Our main challenge is that these materials are difficult to recognize or detect once released, since they come odorless or colorless. They can also be a radioactive material emitting radiation that cannot be seen or felt. They may evoke intense fear or other psychological reactions amongst affected population. These challenges can easily be resolved through interagency cooperation using already existing mechanisms. It is therefore important that the regulatory system be harmonized to ensure integration and coordination. Guns, gates, guards are no longer enough to manage public safety, security, and proliferation. These interagencies include, but not limited to, the list below: the Disaster Management Office, the Radiation Protection Inspectorate, the police, the army, customs, Civil Aviation Authority, financial intelligence, environmental organization, as well as laboratories. Just recently, an interagency team was established in order to address matters related to CBNR materials collectively. This team is responsible for drafting what is referred to as National Implementation Action Plan for CBNR. Once this draft has been concluded, it will be shared with the rest of other agencies for their comments and inputs. A regional approach is also very important. We need to have an integrated, holistic approach to security, safety, and safeguard as a region. We need to promote regional approach and harmonization of regulatory activities, as well as encourage bilateral or multilateral collaborations amongst other countries and partners. I must mention that we already have 2 or 3 neighboring states who are interested in benchmarking from us going forward. We also have international partners who play one role or the other. For instance, United Nations Office on Disarmament Affairs, which is aimed at achieving general and complete disarmament of the entire weapons of mass destruction. The 1540 Committee in particular plays a role in assisting in the implementation of the authority. We recently had a very successful workshop on the strengthening the implementation of Resolution 1540, hosted by the 1540 Committee and funded by the European Union. Organization for Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, which is the implementing body for Chemical Weapon Convention, continues to support our country in trainings as a means of building capacity and capability in chemical weapons preparedness related matters. The International Atomic Energy Agency, which seeks to promote safe, secure, and peaceful use nuclear technology, also continue to support our country in form of trainings, research assistance, equipment, amongst others. The Verification Research, Training and Information Centers also assist in drafting our laws and ensuring that they are harmonized with international requirements. We also have the World Customs Offices, as well as WHO and the rest. With that, I would like to thank you.
Thank you, Janice. That's very informative for a new organization that has just started, and to already have people that benchmark, who want to come and benchmark. That needs to be applauded. Questions, colleagues? If for some reason I miss your hand, you can just go ahead. A small one, Janice. So going forward in your roadmap, are you going to be constructing labs to test and detect and monitor some of these many prohibited chemicals that you've been talking about? Or you are going to collaborate with the rest of the institutions which are here today?
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Dr. Batloka, for that question. We have absolutely no intention of constructing any lab. We are not going to be doing any tests because already we have a number of labs like BITRI, the NFTRC. I mean, when we say we want to detect, prepare, we mean that what we are doing is we are collaborating with these laboratories to identify. We are doing what's called a skills gap. So we are identifying which skills are where. For instance, in case of a chemical weapon attack, do we have the capacity and the capability to maybe analyze? Then we say, BITRI, what kind of capabilities do you have to handle maybe chemical related materials? And then we'll be saying, Botswana Vet Lab, what capabilities do you have to handle biological materials and the like? So no, we are not going to building any lab. So we will be depending on what we already have. And hence the development of that interagency team, which will be spread to the rest of the other laboratories which are not yet included. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? Go on, count 3, 2, 1. It looks like we don't have.
I have a question, sir.
I think there's one hand there.
Okay, okay, shoot, sir. You can go on.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. I would like Dr. to further clarify on how the linkages are going to be established with other stakeholders. For example, is it going to be in the form of establishing memorandum of understanding with the stakeholders in addition to the interagency committee that has just been formulated? Thank you, Chair. To you, Dr. Mokhadi.
Thank you for the question. We already have some memorandum of understanding with a couple of institutions such as BURS and BFIRAS, CITAFA, I mean, in issues related, because we also deal with issues related to proliferation proliferation financing of weapons of mass destruction, where we are dealing with individuals or entities under United Nations Security Council Resolution Sanction List. So we need to engage all relevant stakeholders in that matter. And yes, we have so far we have some MOUs with some of our stakeholders, but going forward, we are still continuing to develop this kind of relationship and memorandum of understandings. for the implementation, for the National Implementation Action Plan, we will just be developing some terms of references for the participants of of the team. I mean, for the team. So we just have terms of references, and then we develop a sort of what we call a shopping list. That this is how we need our CBNR authority to be run, because we want it to be a national thing, ownership by the nation, not just ourselves, but the nation. So that is how now we took a multi-sectoral approach. So we just have some terms of references, then we will draft what we need. Once we have drafted, we take it to the rest of the stakeholders, everyone, even the community and the public, to put their input and then put them together. And we have to submit this to the United Nations Security Council, the 1540 committee for that Security Council. So we have some memorandum of understandings here and there, and we are going to continue developing them. And in some instances, we just have to refer to terms of reference.
Okay. Sorry. Just the last quick one.
Yeah.
It can so happen that since we have established, we have been dealing with these issues sectorially, and now that we have this national focal point, and like for example, we have had a presentation by the inspectorate or Radiation Inspectorate, and it looks like they have a lot of issues that are dealing with international organizations. So how is this national authority, the CBNR, going to be aware that certain issues or matters are being handled bilaterally by such kind of departments? Are the departments going to be routing their activities or informing this national focal point or national authority, or it will be just for the information of the national authority? If I may seek clarity on that aspect. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you for the question. Well, I must maybe mention at this point that one of the workshop I mentioned on the resolution 1540, one of the things that even before the workshop, we have realized that some of our laws, they somehow overlap, and hence the need for harmonization of such. That is where now BITRI comes in. Already we have started with the Biological Weapon Prohibition Act, where now we just want to harmonize them so that we don't have to overlap things. And then the other point is that, yes, when it comes to now, because the authority now is the national focal point. So if going forward, whatever that is required to be done, maybe at RPI, like we have stated an example, if it's to be from IAEA, for example, or from United Nations Office on Armament Affairs, it has to be routed through our office. It is our office now that will be communicating with such that such and such a place that maybe customs, if they require training or some frameworks on the customs or something, it has to be first included in the National Implementation Action Plan that I was talking about. It has to be reflected there, because what now, after drafting this, we submit it to the 1540 committee. So the 1540 committee now will be able to see that RPI here is trying to seek assistance from IAEA, yet we have the national authority. Then they will contact us. Because basically what's supposed to happen is that whatever that needs to be done internationally, it has to be routed through our office, whichever concerns the chemical, biological, nuclear, and radiological materials. It has to go through our office going forward. So RPI is part of this interagency team, and most of the teams here. Sorry.
Janice, you have indicated that you have no plans to construct any lab or to set up any labs. Instead, you plan to use the different institutions that we have in the country. But we have to note that with all these institutions, they obviously have their own interests, and whatever they have in terms of equipment or whatever, or equipment and even staffing may not necessarily be in line with what you require. So how do you intend to address that where there are some deficiencies? Are you going to maybe provide funding to some of these institutions such that they may be able to do some of the work that you feel is required? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we do not have intention to build any laboratories. What is happening right now, like we say, we've been doing what we call skills inventory. So we are trying to build capacity and capability in those laboratories. So the OPCW, for example, it now and then it offers courses that are related to chemical weapon convention, that are related to chemical weapon convention. So what it does is in each country, it will be requesting us to nominate people for them to train. So what we do is we look at the course in question or what we think is required, and then pick one of the institutions. For instance, BITRI has already benefited. We are already building capacity at BITRI through OPCW courses and like at the NAVTEC, we pick people from different institutions. When we talk of capability and capacity, we talk of in terms of human resource as well as equipment. So through this international partners, we will be training people for the purposes of CBNR related materials for them to handle them.
Okay, thank you very much. But I just want to highlight that you shouldn't forget biological weapons, especially those that can only be handled in level 4 laboratories, which apparently we don't have in Botswana. And in Africa, we only have 2, one in South Africa, the other in Gabon. So there is that deficiency. So I'm just wondering how you are going to address that. But that is something to think about.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. And I must mention that of all this CBN, of these weapons of mass destruction related, BWC, the biological weapons is the least attended to. We are working on that right now. We have so far partners with one college called Stimson, but this is through the 1540 committee, which is now, I think sometime mid-November or so, we'll start to have some awareness. First of all, we start with awareness, and then we are also building capacity. We are very much aware that we do not have BSL force, but we need them. So going forward, we'll be looking into those things and seeking assistance.
Okay, Janice, I'm going to have to cut you to move to the next speaker. If there's more questions, Janice's email is there. You can send her an email requesting and asking or commenting. Thank you very much, Janice, for the presentation. Let me now call Prof. Alfred Lekuku from Buang to talk to us about the application of nuclear radiation, which we will be linking to addressing land degradation. Prof, you may start.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alfred Lekuku from the Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. I must say I feel honored to be part of the people presenting at this workshop on applied nuclear science and technology landscape in Botswana. And my topic here is applications of nuclear radiation to help address land degradation as part of contributions to peaceful applications of nuclear science and technology for sustainable development in Botswana. Briefly, land degradation refers basically to the waning of the quality or the natural quality of the soil component, mainly due to human activity. And in most cases, these would probably include techniques that we employ in our gardens, farms, as agricultural practices. And this normally affects the soils in that soils will lose their fertility, leading to reduced productivity. And thus, it is very important that some measures are put in place to help reinforce soil conservation approaches. In this talk, we will be focusing on use of fallout radioisotopes as ways of studying soil loss or deposition processes using certain isotopes which are deemed important, in the sense that these could also be of help in complementing the conventional methods that we normally use in environmental studies, as well as complementing modeling techniques used in studies involving land degradation. And such radionuclides are normally of relatively medium term to high half-lives, and the most commonly used radioisotopes are broadly categorized in two. One being those which are introduced to the environment through accidental release, such as from accidents in nuclear power stations or bomb derived, and those which are naturally occurring, such as lead-210 and beryllium-7. I will not go into details of the mechanisms. However, it might be worth describing the last two, lead-210 and beryllium-7, in how they get introduced to the environment Beryllium-7 normally comes from spallation reactions of nitrogen and oxygen, and gets incorporated in cloud-bearing aerosols and then precipitates to soils through scavenging by precipitation and then gets absorbed. Because it's relatively short-lived, half-life of about 50 days, this isotope is of importance in addressing short-term measurements of soil activities. On the other hand, we have lead-210, which originates from uranium-238. And this comes through a series of radioactive decays up to radium-222, which is very, very short-lived gas, down to lead-210, which is about with a half-life about 23 years. And because when these deposit to the soil, they tend to strongly bind in the colloid particles of the soil. They are normally used to study sediment processes, examples of which is that due to our practice as we do our farming. So in order to be able to use this, it is necessary that we normally establish what is termed the reference location from undisturbed soils, so that we can be able to compare those with the levels that we normally obtain from sites of interest. And one advantage of using this is that when you couple beryllium, cesium, and lead-210 results, you are able to come up with a good time span estimation and a good spatial distribution of the history of the landscape based on their different lifetimes. And using that, you can also use conservation techniques such as models adapted for the use of lead and beryllium-210 in order to come up with some information on how land is being affected by some erosion of some sort. And recently there are available softwares or software from IAEA's website where you can convert your measurements so that they can help give you some easy ways in which you could do some calculations. Of course, as we all know, there are debates on as to whether these can provide us with accurate information. And again, based on their methods of study, whereby one needs to actually do bulk soil sampling and processing of soils, and also due to their counting techniques which tend to take longer hours, like 12 to 24 hours, before you can actually get enough activity that would allow you calculate the infill trees. These techniques will also have advantages over others in that normally field experiments are just done once. You don't need to keep repeating sites over and over again, unless if you are interested in verifying results for some other reasons. So once these techniques are being employed, it's important for us to understand that we need to have some reference data so that we can be able to compare results that we have to results that are newly emerging, so that these could provide you with enough story. So employing these techniques basically means that some form of history should be available for us to be able to come up with sort of informed calculations which can otherwise be of help and which can probably be reliably used to give us enough information in the type of work that we are interested in. So far, I'll say thank you for listening. As I said, my presentation will just be brief, just to give an overview of how isotopes could be used in addressing issues of land degradation. Thank you for listening.
Shima?
Yeah, I was off. I don't know why. I'm here now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that's perfect. There's something that happened this side. I lost net for a few seconds. Okay, it's time for questions. Just two so that we can catch up with time, if there's any.
I have a question, Shima.
Okay, Prof, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I wanted to know from Prof. Lekuku. So, Prof, do you have equipment? You have the equipment to count? Do you have equipment at Botswana? Or what equipment do you have in the nuclear space?
Hello, thank you for the question. Can I be heard? Can you hear me from that end?
We can hear you.
You. Yeah, okay, thank you. No, Botswana does not have any of these equipment. Work that I got involved in, it was through hustling, whereby I had to run around and do some preliminary work and do the counting, as I talked about, from universities from elsewhere, abroad. But that's too much of a hassle, as I say, because transportation of soil can also be of some, is prohibited because of some, you don't want to contaminate other countries with whatever could be there in your countries, unless if one has done quite a lot of work in analysis, so that maybe you take it there as something that has been cleaned up, and then people are very sure that you're not bringing other diseases to their land. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for the response. One last one.
May I, Chair?
Yes.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm just wondering, out of interest, if Prof could shed some light on if the technologies or the methods that he's been talking about would be of help in terms of assessing the impact and effects of or levels of contamination by military explosives or on the ground. Because sometimes we demolish old ammunition, sometimes our aircrafts are bombarding in certain areas, in our training areas, etc., etc. And so I'm just wondering if what he presented on can also be extended to be of some help in checking on the level of contamination and degradation in our firing ranges. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof, you may respond so that we can move on to the last session.
Okay, thank you for the question. Thanks once again. Yes, sir. The method can definitely do help on what you've just talked about. So I haven't technically done it myself, but of course through applications and all other forms of information sharing. Exactly the same method that we do employ have been employed elsewhere to estimate contributions to levels of contributions due to ammunitions, places where training has been occurring, and so forth and so forth. So in short, yes, this method does work by just collecting soil samples, comparing them to inventories when the soil was still like virgin soil, or comparing them to nearby soil areas where such activities that we've just mentioned have not been happening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Prof, for the excellent presentation. And let me take this opportunity to thank all other speakers, especially those who took part in this session. With that, I give it to you, Director of Ceremonies.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and all our presenters for your contribution. So I think we are coming to the last session of our program. So I will invite Dr. Kekone Baipueleji, who is the Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Research, Science and Technology. to give us the closing remarks as well as the vote of thanks. The floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon. I recognize the protocol that was followed this morning at the time the minister was officially opening. I also recognize you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity of just giving to me. Yes, my name is Jokona Baipoledi. I think the typists have written it wrongly for you, Chairman. But next time they will correct it.
All right.
So I want to also recognize the Vice Chancellor of the University, BIUST, and also recognize all the chairs of the various sessions that took place throughout this day. I recognize all of you who are here. I know in the morning there was 130 of us, and when we started the afternoon there was 70 of us, and now the diehards like ourselves are 41. We would not go away until this matter is addressed and we hear how it ends. We really appreciate your patience and your interest in this very important subject. I personally have learned a lot from the interactions, from the presentations, from the questions that were asked since morning until now. A lot has been unearthed, a lot has been brought to our attention and our understanding. A lot of material within the nuclear science space, which we are operating in, has been shared today. I also like to say I am very happy to see that there's a community of nuclear science in this country. And to start off by saying to the organizers, to the chairs, to Professor Hillhouse, the one who's been superintending everything, that it will be very good to share the list of all the members of this community with ourselves, with the Department of Research, Science and Technology, to ensure that when the minister or our principals address issues of research, science and technology, the community of nuclear science is also invited to such interactions, and they also have a say and a part to play. I think if we do that, we will continue to grow our ecosystem and have adequate voices that will speak for the necessary fields of study and fields of competence that this country so needs as we go forward within the knowledge-based economy. Yes, Mr. Chair, today it became very apparent, very, very clear that sustainable human capacity in this area needs to be developed in this country. It has become very, very apparent that we depend on other countries and other economies to develop our capacity. And the pace with which we go on building our capacity is very low because we are only able to train small numbers in foreign places. But if we were to develop our own capacity in this country, to train our medical physicists, our biomedical engineers, to train our own radiographers, nuclear scientists and technologists, specialists in the field of medical field, like oncologists and others, and the radiation nurses, we will go far and prepare our economy to become a better place, a hub where the region and beyond can come to for services in this specialized field. We can even go further to developing and producing pharmacomaterials that will be used in the treatment of cancers and the like, rather than where we have to bring in a material that is needed to treat someone, and it has such a short half-life that it becomes difficult to transport it from one place to another and bring it in time for the person to be able to get the benefit out of it. These are opportunities that are before us. And I think through the support of the International Atomic Energy Agency, as well as through the university, the BIUST as is the key organizer in this case, we can establish an institute, a nuclear institute that will develop our human capacity for this country. I want to take this time to thank the Assistant Minister of Tertiary Education, Research, Science and Technology, Honorable Shamkuni, for his wise words that he shared with us this morning, literally explaining the benefits that we derive from the use of nuclear technology, the benefits to the people, the benefits to the economy, and the benefits to various sectors of this economy, in the sense that we can be able to make our lives worth a living while using nuclear science and nuclear technologies. I want to thank you so much, all of you, for the contributions that you made today, the contributions that enlighten that this workshop that we had today was just the beginning of how much we should share with ourselves and share with our communities. Critical to me is how we can bring on board these workshops our students who are studying at the various universities in the areas of physics, in the areas of chemistry, biology, or any other relevant area that will deal presently and in the future with issues relating to nuclear science and technology. I suggest that our students should be encouraged and facilitated to join these kind of workshops. They will harvest a lot of knowledge and a lot of understanding. There could be other means that we can share more of this information with the simple man on the street. There should be ways of communicating this useful benefits of nuclear science and nuclear technology to the entire citizens of this country, so that they can also stand with us and support the initiatives that as institutions and as government, we can put out to be able to resolve the health challenges, the agriculture challenges. There could be mining challenges or any other challenges that we face and could be solved through nuclear science and nuclear technology. Most importantly, of course, we should join hands with government in making sure that materials that are of benefit to us in the field of nuclear science and technology do not fall into the wrong hands and end up being used for illicit uses like terrorism and others. I think the colleagues from CBNR authority have clarified to us on how best to protect this country by being part of the international community that controls these systems. And with these few words, Mr. Chairman, and certainly the colleagues on the platform and all the other colleagues that have come before us who may not be here with us, I want to thank you so much for the day well spent. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think our last speaker is Mrs. Mazukula. I think I made a slight of a mistake in line with the vote of thanks. So I'll then invite Ms. Tsogofatso Zukula from the director, who is the Director of Radiation and Protection Inspectorate, to give us the vote of thanks. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Director of Ceremonies, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my profound gratitude to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. It has been a long day. However, I sincerely hope that we have all learned how nuclear technology can be used for beneficial purposes in our daily lives. Let me start by thanking the Assistant Minister for the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Research, Science and Technology, Honorable Ronald Machana Shamukuni, for gracing this occasion, which is a clear demonstration of support from our leadership. Let me also thank the Vice Chancellor of the University of the International University of Science and Technology, Professor Utlogetse Totolo, for his welcoming remarks. And to all the speakers, your contributions towards the success of this workshop is much appreciated. We have all learned a lot on the beneficial uses of nuclear and related techniques, and I hope this will also attract other institutions to follow suit. Also, a special thanks to Professor Gregory Hillhouse and his organizing committee for having worked tirelessly to organize for this workshop. And many thanks also goes to the Director of Ceremonies, chairs of the different sessions for facilitating the presentations. Last but not least, my sincere thanks to all the participants for their indulgence throughout the day. Lastly, let me also express my gratitude to the Deputy Permanent Secretary, DRST, under the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Research, Science and Technology, Dr. Kekwanyeba, for the closing remarks. Thank you all and goodbye. Have a good evening.
Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mazukula. Lastly, I would like to thank Maikano Okone, our IT expert, who have been with us throughout the day for the IT and Zoom-related issues. Thank you so much, sir, for your patience and your hard work. So for the upcoming workshops, we will update you on that one. So thank you once more for your contribution, your patience, your presence, and everything. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Palalani. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, the rest of the colleagues.
Thank you, colleagues.
Bye.
Bye-bye.